Yes, kiddies, it is day 4 of CLOWNFEST X. Day 4 on CLOWNFEST X is the studio tour day. Good evening, Jordan Williams. How's it going? It's nice to see somebody in the chat already. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tours for today. I hope everybody's week has started out okay. Actually, we've got 13 tours because I'm going to do a little tour of what I've got going on. Absolutely, really looking forward to Mando's tutorial. On the MPC that he did. Can't wait to see that. Studio tour day is one of my favorite days. It gives us a look at who the artist is. And a little bit of insight into how they work, what they do, the kit that they use, maybe some influences. And I just think it brings us closer together as a community, you know? Like, everybody knows your persona, nobody knows who the person you are. I will say that John Coffey went above and beyond the call of duty on this one, like massively. His tour is an hour long. I don't know if we're going to get through the entire hour-long thing. Welcome to those people in the building already. Jordan Williams, James Glue, Sibby, Benjamin LaQuenta Sorensen, Dean Daughters, Oldie Toffee, DJ FXO, Bill Cerebral. I'm going to kick this one off actually with a couple of tours that have already been viewed. And the reason I do this is because we've had some fallen comrades go, and I think that their names should still be relevant within the army. Losing people, you know, even if it's a passing or an argument or whatever, I hate losing people. And I always check in on those people that have kind of left. You know, there's been 5 or 6 that have left the army due to whatever reasons. And I always check in on them, making sure that they're doing okay. Day 4 of a 5-stream event. We've got the URL to come tomorrow. I'm still here with my cake. I'm trying to work through this motherfucker. It's huge. If anybody wants to pop in and have a bite, please feel free. I am dressed today as Nicolas Cage or Oliver Gould, or Nicholas Gould or Oliver Cage, however you want to put it. There is a Nicolas Cage on my ass. Right. This is day 4 of CLOWNFEST X. I'm dressed in a wonderful piece of attire for today. And like I say, I'm going to kick this one off with some fallen comrades. Nobody wanted these comrades to fall, but unfortunately they did. And okay, so I don't want to get too morbid into bogged down. Whoa, don't want to get too morbid and bogged down. What I do want to say is that these people are massively missed. Their energy is massively missed. Honestly, we lost a massive influence in the musical scene when Dom died earlier this year. And it's really, really sucky. His influence, his energy, his passion for everything. The things like, apparently he bought a nuclear bunker for £1. The things this man has done is just absolutely insane. So I'm going to kick this one off with possibly the happiest man I have ever met in the music industry. Okay, this is Dominic Hawken's studio tour.
Is
CLOWNFEST Cringe!
CLOWNFEST Cribs.
Welcome to CLOWNFEST Ribs. My name is Mr. Wiggly, and yeah.
Hi, welcome to the video. My name is Dominic Hawken, aka Mr. Wiggly, and this is my studio. Behind me there's another door that leads through to a couple of offices and another small filming area, and off to my right through into some rooms on the other side of the building is my lab, where I store a lot of stuff, but also there's oscilloscopes and kind of electronic equipment that I use to build and repair synths and bits and pieces. So a lot of the stuff I buy can often be broken on eBay, and I'll try and repair it, bring it back to life and so forth. A lot of the stuff I do here is in the box, but I tend to try and take sounds out of the computer through a bunch of processes or an incinerator, for example, hence my incinerator plugin, to change the sound and to make them more me, I suppose. So rather than take a VST or a synth plugin and use the presets or find my own sounds, I'll also take that sound out of the computer and process it externally with whatever I can find. Could be some funky old analog kit, or some really lovely outboard, or the incinerator, or just a mic in front of the speakers, or whatever. It just gives it some reality and shifts some air, and I think makes everything sound a little bit more real and a little bit different. So I'll take you through what I've got here really quickly. I won't bore you to tears, just a very quick rundown of what I've got, how I work things, and a quick look around, and then that'll be it. So thank you so much for watching, and welcome to CLOWNFEST X.
Welcome to CLOWNFEST Cringe.
Cribs! Not cringe!
So this is the studio end of the room where all the equipment is. I've got some natural light over there, which is great. Some blinds come down. Right in the corner over there, I've got some keyboards which I'll use, like keyboards I've owned from kind of the very first keyboards I bought, which was an SH101 and a JX3P. In the corner, or in the section over there, you've got the racks, which are mainly outboard, a couple more keyboards. The computer and all the stuff is over here. There are 3 screens, and I spend most of my time kind of looking at this wall here, lighting above it, and there's a camera there right in the middle looking at me, and various other cameras dotted around. Over this side, I've got master keyboards that I use most. So there's Prophet 6, which I love. There's an OBX underneath it, and a KX88 as a master keyboard, like a weighted keyboard underneath that. And then on this side, it's kind of a relatively new area for me. I started getting into a bit of doorless jamming, or at least trying to come up with beats out of the box and then sampling them and sticking them back in the computer. So there's a Tempest, a Deluge, there's an Octatrack, there's a lovely mixer there which I can use for dubbing effects, that kind of stuff. And all of those are, and everything in this room is actually patched into Patch Bay, which is over here in this rack kind of behind the chair. And with that patch bay, I can literally route anything to everywhere. So I can take stuff out of the computer, like I was saying before, and I can route it into outboard or into things like the Tempest, or whatever I want to do. And I can also take stuff from the outside, and get it all straight into the computer. There's also some modular kit in the rack over there, some modular kit here, which I'm using as a kind of external outboard effects unit, and one of the new Behringer 2600s here, which I really, really like. So that's this end of the room. Above us is a projector, which goes and points at this end of the room, and a projector screen can come down here, and you can kind of watch movies or chill out at the other end of the room. So this room was, before we moved into the house, was like a cinema upstairs. And so this is the cinema end. I kept the nice chill out sofa, and then at the other end of the room is all my kit here. So obviously if I'm working with people in here as well, I can work up that end and they can chill out and chat at this end and watch the screens and stuff. And then out through the main door here, that's where my lab is, so we can have a quick look at that. This is CLOWNFEST Cribs.
Cringe.
This is my lab where I kind of build stuff and repair synths and bits and pieces. It might look quite haphazard, but it's pretty well organised. Over here is where all the work gets done. So you've got oscilloscope, power supplies, all sorts of various test equipment. This on the bench here is a Burl B16 mothership. That's my main audio interface. And the power supply went wrong very recently, and they really kindly, thank you Burl, sent me straight away a replacement power supply. It's brilliant service and a great sounding thing. It's one of my favourite things. Other stuff back here is my Juno 106, which is just about to have new replacement oscillators and filters called gravitational slingshots, relatively new kind of chip releases as remakes of the original Juno. So I'm going to keep the old ones, swap some new ones in and see what it sounds like. That's had a Kiwi retrofit as well, which I fitted, which makes it touch sensitive and just really, really nice. And there's a Matrix 1000, there's a boombox over there, which I'm just about to turn into some monitoring speakers and kind of paint up and pair that with my SP404, which is my newest love. I fall in love with this SP404. You'll see it back in the other room. So yeah, that's what happens here. This is a drill press right here. So I can drill holes quite accurately in metal boxes to make kind of crazy geeky MIDI effect things and all that kind of stuff. But basically in here is like a kind of labby playroom for electronics. So we'll head back into the main studio room and I'll show you some of the synths a bit more close up and the kind of stuff that I've got in the racks.
Wait, I want to try to do it in the accent.
Okay.
Hello, my name's Luna May.
Just before that, this room at the end here takes you into my office, which is pretty bare as offices goes. There's a couple of skateboards and bits and pieces, but over here is kind of where I do all my my coding, and I have a big TV in the corner where I literally just watch kind of skate videos or YouTube videos. Do some more filming in this room here, and this room here is where Margaret, my amazing assistant, is working, COVID permitting.
I believe I met Margaret.
Yeah,
she was
studio.
lovely.
Let's take a closer look at this kit.
Good evening.
Good evening. Oh, isn't that beautiful behind us?
Good evening.
Wouldn't it be weird if someone was there? If we put the camera up like this and there was like a face just there. And you go,
I just saw something move in the woods.
well, that's probably like a badger.
No, it was big.
Like a bear.
A human.
Oh.
Ew. I see a beautiful flower on his head.
This is just too funny.
Okay, here's a quick rundown of the keyboards that I've got in the corner. Up the top, Korg ARP Odyssey, Moog Sub 37, my original SH101 that I've had since the year dot, a Mini Brute. This is a DX21, but normally the Juno 106 from next door sits there. And underneath that is a JX8P, which has had the Kiwi upgrade fitted to it, as has this JX3P and another JX3P underneath it. Both of them have Kiwi upgrade. The top one is the one I bought on the same day we got the SH101. And honestly, they're just brilliant. The Kiwi turns it into another synth completely. Here's a couple of the racks. I've got a Revox B77 above there, which I use as a tape delay. It's like a poor man's Space Echo. All the keyboards and external stuff come into these two Neve submixers. My idea was to create like a perfect mixing desk without a mixing desk. So those are all the inputs. Underneath that are two API channels. So that's my stereo desk input. I put everything through there and then into the burl, which you showed being repaired next door, to get that really classic sound. Underneath that are all of the patch bays that you need. Underneath that are some more really quite cool old school compressors, delays and that kind of stuff, which I'm going to cover in another video because they warrant a little bit more time. Here is some modular stuff and another one of my epic favorite synths. So this is superb. It's an Omega Code 8, which is just wonderful. I can't say enough good things about it. Here's a close-up of the view from behind. We've got the Tempest, the Deluge, the Octatrack, a TR8S. Obviously that's a matrix brute in the background. Some boutique synths from Roland there. I've got two JP8, so that's my proper JP8. And this is a SSL X desk, which I use to basically run dubs and stuff. It's a beautiful sound to it, and I can route anything from within the computer out through it. And this is a view from the front. We have a Behringer B2600 in the background over there, bunch of screens, and this amazing Euro rack system I put together, which is basically outboard for me, particularly this QMMF4, which just sounds brilliant, whatever you put through it. This is my brand new favorite toy, this SP404. Just sounds great, nicely cleaned up with a new faceplate. Behind me, there's a Prophet 6, an OB6, and a Yamaha KX88 master keyboard, and this absolutely brilliant incinerator, which is the sound of my plugin that you can get on mrwiggly.co.uk. So please do check that out. It sounds brilliant. It is the sound of audio through that incinerator.
I just want to intersect here. Dom had some issues with somebody who was like, that doesn't go through your incinerator. Basically, what the guy thought was he'd send a signal out and it would go to Dom's house and through that actual incinerator for him to then to come back to him. And it's like, Jesus Christ, are people really that fucking daft that they think that every piece of audio that they ever wanted to send through the fucking incinerator was going to go to Dom's actual incinerator in his actual home? I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, people.
Other than that, thanks very much for watching. Thanks for the invite for CLOWNFEST. I hope you find this entertaining or informative, and enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you very much indeed. I suppose it is CLOWNFEST cringe, really. Try again. CLOWNFEST cringe.
We lost an absolute genius when Dom died. It was horrific, absolutely horrific. Pancreatic cancer, and one of the most aggressive cancers in the world, and it took one of the most genius people on this face of the planet. Whilst I was at the wake, I heard that Dom passed his first music course at the age of 9 and started writing his own music at the age of 12. This man knew he had limited time on this planet and wanted to get his shit done quick. The stuff that this guy has done is just absolutely incredible. So proud and happy that he wanted to be part of this little community that we've got going on here, and he will be missed so much. I'm very disappointed that I never actually got to spend any time with him in his actual company. I wanted to interview him because I imagine the stories that would have come out of him would have been hilarious. I've got a Michael Barrymore story, but I don't think I can say it. Yeah, so Dom, honestly, like the grandfather of fucking music, you really are, and you will be absolutely missed. Your infectious energy, your enthusiasm for everything. I learned that he would go to bingo with the administrative assistant that he has, like 60-year-old ladies at bingo, and Dom's there. It's just crazy. And apparently there was a time when there was a 14-year-old boy or girl, I can't remember who, but was having problems in a pub, and Dom just kind of walked over and was like, what's going on then? What's up? This man didn't have a malicious bone in his motherfucking body. He was, I mean, you've just seen that video. And I will say that Dom, when I had COVID for CLOWNFEST X, which this came from, Dom sent me a bottle of Bollinger. I don't want to open this bottle of Bollinger. This was sent to me by Dominic Hawken, so I want to keep hold of this bottle for the rest of my fucking life. I think what I'm going to do, though, is when CLOWNFEST actually hits a real field, the first act that goes on hopefully will be Jag Shergill, and I will crack this bottle in honor of Dom right then. I am not going to open this bottle for any stupid little reason. I'm going to open this for something special, and I'm going to mention Dom when I do it. All right? We are, yeah. Now, I don't want to keep this all morbid and all the rest of it, but we have had another Clown Army member leave us. This is Kazan 303. This guy hails from Belgium, I believe it was, and I got to meet him twice, and he was an absolute diamond person. He really is. The time I went over to play for him for his birthday, he was raising money for homeless people. We managed to raise £300 that night. He paid for me to go over there, £50 on the to get over there on the train. And still managed to raise £300 for homeless people. Honestly, the joy that is missed and gone because these people are gone is unbelievable. This is Kazan 303 studio tour.
Also known as Kazan 303, and this is my home studio setup guide, or whatever you call it. So let's start with the box. This is my lunchbox. It's a ton case, like a flight case to carry around. It has 3 lids, front, top, and then back. And let's run through what's inside of it. So at the bottom, I just have an empty space with a separation installed just to keep this one up, so I can place my controller in here. Like if I move this keyboard, I can just get this one out of here just to store it for, you know, put it out of the way or not. Above that, this one is my add-on mixer, and then this one is the main mixer. It's an 18i20 from Scarlett. From Focusrite, and then the other one is the Octapre, which makes it a 16-channel digital mixer. In between those mixers, I have my drums, mainly the Electribe sampler, and then the TR6S. These are not all my drums, and I might change this setup in the future. Might be getting an analog rhythm instead. Here's my other drum, the TT606. From there, and the main mixer, and then another draw with a controller for the DAW, and then the ME303, which is like a devilfish for the Cyclone versions of the 303. Above that, I have a PtAC producer Sine MB332, which is basically another 303, but then in a rack version. Above that, we have the TT303 Mark II, another 303. The MB33 desktop, modded by circuitbenders.co.uk, also another 303. Above that, we have a small modular setup. Then we have 2 tip-top audio cases, which puts modular in a 19-inch rack system. So let's go over what we have here. Starting from the left, I have a 308 distortion module, which is basically like a rack pedal. Next to that, we have the Audio Game Changers plasma drive, which is another distortion and a drive, but it has plasma. Let me show you. It's pretty cool. Next to that, we have the Erica Synths bassline, which is, I don't know, their attempt at a 303 maybe. I'm not too sure about that, but it's not a 303. It's good. It's cool, but it's not a 303. Don't buy it if you want a 303. Next to that, I have the Pico CV mixer. It's a small thingy just to mix a few CV signals or audio signals. If you want, I just use it to mix CVs. Next to that, I have the Polyend Poly 2 to send. I send MIDI to this to send CV and gates to all the modules. Next to that, we have the U bursts, which is basically the Mutable Instruments clouds, but then in another format. Next to that, we have the Dirt filter. It's an extremely gnarly filter, especially with the resonance. Next to that, the Acid Lab M303 module, another 303 module. So if you want to go for 303s in a module, go for this, not the bassline. Maybe the one from DinSync if you can find it, but this is pretty fucking cool. Above that, we have the Mother 32, another fat bass synth, which can basically be a 303. or just a bass synth or a high mono synth, whatever you want it to be. Usually I just use it as a bass synth. And that's the box. Everything is controlled from the inside with this little unit here, which is the Mio XL, which is a MIDI interface. Has, I think, like 8 inputs and 12 outputs of MIDI. Plus it has a MIDI USB host hub thing, which is very practical. And then in the back of the box, there's also a rack-mounted power plug-in on both sides. So I got 16 plugs on this box alone. And then that's pretty much the box, and that's what I bring to the live setup when I go anywhere, along with the PC, of course. It's just a small PC. They call it a Nook PC, I think. It doesn't have a screen, doesn't have a keyboard. You can upgrade it a little bit, but not really extensively. But it does its job, you know. I have a small monitor that fell to the ground right here. Let me get it. Which is what I bring for, like, yeah, live gigs. Also, the audio is coming out of here and then into the monitors, of course. But I use that piece just to extend my cables and everything. It doesn't take away noise or nothing. It's pretty useless, to be honest. It's a bearing thingy, so. And then this is my controller for like CCs in the DAW. I use FL Studio, by the way. I get a lot of shit for using this, but I don't care. I like using it. Not saying it's better than anything else. It's just good, you know. I like the way it works. So, but I'll get back to that later. So that's my controller for everything. Above that, another TT303 I got recently. Next to that, we have the Micro Korg Black Edition. It's the not a rare one, not too rare at least, but I'm pretty happy that it's black keys. Above that, we have a TD3 with a custom accent launch mod. Above that, the TT I showed you before. And then we have the audio thing is Micro Monster, the SH01A, and the Axis Virus TI Snow. And that's pretty much my entire setup: drums, bass lines, and synthesizers all together. Everything goes through the KRK Rocket 8s, and so how do I work with this? Well, everything runs through here. Excuse me. All the MIDI is sent from these little guys to the equipment, and then the equipment sends the sound to the mixer, and then the mixer sends it out to the speaker, or however it fucking works. So I make all my patterns in here. Like, for instance, let me show you this little TT here. I just go in here, and that's how I make my patterns, and then I can put it in here when I'm done. Like, this is pattern 7, so that's this one right here. Let me just play it for you. Alright. So now it's sending notes to that specific 303. And this controller can turn everything on and off in here. So, like, these are usually my kicks, so if I turn these on, it's kick. Those are turned on now. And hi-hats, claps, hi-hats, and the other stuff. I guess the most interesting in my case is that I have like 8 or 9 bass synths. So this is a TT, that's the other TT. It's this one, but it doesn't have a pattern. That's this one. That's this one. Let me see. Oh, that's that one. That's that one. left is the bass line. So yeah, that's how I work. So I set up my instruments. I don't use any VSTs, no, nothing. Just I use samples, and then I might chop it up like that to, you know, sequence it better. Or I just push it in here, and then let it play like in order, in song mode or whatever you call it. This is just a small song, but yeah, that's all I use. I do, however, use like VSTs on my mixer, and like this one, everybody knows it's crap, but sometimes it gives you that little crunch, and multibands, chorus, reverbs, and all that shit. And that's pretty much how I do it. I just make patterns in this, send it out to the gear, play with it, try to put everything down as perfectly as I can, and then do the audio stuff and mixing in there, something like that. I hope this has been good and informational. If
Yes,
there's any
Miles,
questions,
it was
I guess,
it was
put them in
glorious.
the comments, or just ask if I can help with anything. Just ask me.
I wish I could ask
Usually,
you, Miles. I wish I could.
I'll give you an answer. Okay, so this is Miles, aka Kazan 303, signing off.
Like I say, I got to meet him twice, and he is an absolute beautiful human being. He really was. He would give you the shoes off of his own feet if he thought that you needed them more than he did. He would, like to say, honestly, genius is an understatement for this guy. It really, really was. And again, somebody we will miss massively from the community. Oh, Miles the Wolf, Miles the Wolf, Miles the Wolf. Like this guy's got more 303s in one rig than I do. I've got 9 303s split between 3 rigs, and Miles has got like 9 in one rig. I hope that box is still together somewhere. I really, really do. Miles the Wolf and Dominic Hawken. It was a pleasure to know both of you in my life. It really, really was. We are saddened to see you go. But we hope that you are in a better place right now, both of you. Okay, let's kick off with some new studio tours. Now, this guy did one for us a while back, but his studio changed massively because he had a fucking hole in the roof, which fell through and broke one of his synths, which is a real fucking nightmare. So this is Tony Duncan, aka the Electronauts, aka Rancid Poets, and I'm sure he's got another persona out there which I'm forgetting at the moment. But this is Tony Duncan's studio tour for CLOWNFEST X. Let's get it on. Oh.
I'm Tony from the Rancid Poets and Electronauts, so I thought I would do the studio tour today for CLOWNFEST. So yeah, here we go. Over here, I've got my vintage Doc Martens sign. That's pretty sure that's from the late 80s, mid 80s. And first up, Alesis Micron. Everything works. Everything I got works so far. Love this little thing. Nice little vintage sounds. I use it here and there. On the bottom or underneath, we have the Chord Minilog XD. Usually mostly for pads and that kind of thing because I like the way it sounds. Underneath, we have the new Arturia Mini Freak. I love this synthesizer. I'm just going to say it right now. I love this little thing. It's got this lo-fi... I don't know, it's just got this quality about it that's just different from the rest. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. Over here, take a look. Over here we have the Novation Mini Nova. I've had this synthesizer for a good while. I don't use it as much anymore. I do like it for making arpeggios and that kind of thing, and you'll see it in some of my videos where, where I'm using it just and then tweaking the filter on a lot of it. Underneath that is the Bass Station 2. I use this quite a bit. I love this thing too. It's just raw sounding and it's fantastic. I do run it through some effects pedals, and I'll show you those here in a little bit. Underneath, I have the Moto Cobalt 8. It's a fairly newer synthesizer to this studio. This thing sounds fantastic. Over here on the wall, that is a picture of Salvador Dali that I painted. That is hanging in my studio. Anyways, so I thought I'd do a little bit different camera angle. So everything as I have over here is going to be drum brute and the Venom. I know that's the synth that everybody loves to hate, but I don't care. I like it. So let's take a look. So down here we have the Roland MX1. I know a lot of us have these. And I'll show you what I'm doing with this in a second. Then we have the Behringer DeepMind 12 under there. I like it for pads and that kind of thing. Not real keen on it on some other things. I think it sounds pretty thin on some stuff, but that's a different story. So we're going to go down a little bit more. All right. Here we have, hello, my name is Electronaut. Thank you, guys. And so if we look in the back, we have the Behringer Neutron. We also have the Behringer Crave there. I have the Korg Monotron Duo, and what I'm doing is I'm running audio from these synths into that, messing with the filter. For a $50 toy, you can actually use it and make things sound pretty cool. You get some very interesting, unique type sounds.
I used to do this with mine as
so
well.
I like to do that as well. So then over here is the Mini Freak, right? And then underneath that is the KeyStep Pro. So what's happening is I'm MIDI the KeyStep Pro to the Crave, to the Neutron currently, and to the Mini Freak. And right now I'm making layers. I'm doing layered sounds. So all three will be triggered the same. And then I get a nice layered sound. And then all the other, all the synths that I showed you, everything's going through the MX1, so I can use the effects on that. Let's see, I think that's it for this side. If you look back in the back, and I showed it earlier, back there I've got the VT3, the Roland VT3, and that's a Zoom vocal effects box. There's an old mixer back there, down by the window and by the light, mostly just MIDI keyboards. And down on the very, very bottom is the Roland SH32, kind of the main hub of everything. Hopefully I'm in the camera shot. And iMac 2019, iPad over here for secondary type stuff. I can look stuff up and then have this, and it always pays to have another screen. Down here in Novation, Launch Key 49. There's a small mixer, and Dean Daughters is the one that turned me on to this. It's very simple. There's no frills. Plug in and play. I love it. I hate having all effects. I can't stand. Just want something that's simple and easy to use. Post or via pedal or something like that. I hate mixers with effects on them. I just can't stand it. That's just me personally. All right. So over here, I got a Zoom multi-stomp, Sky Surfer from TS Electronic, vintage delay, a Behringer. Also, I have the PreSonus monitor station, which I really love because I can sit here, turn things up and down, and I can run other headphones out if there's somebody in here who wants to listen to on headphones. As well, I forgot to mention earlier, the Arteria Key Lab 49. That's there, and really, I'm coming on. I got a whole stack of Electronaut CDs. This is a shameless plug. If anybody wants one, let me know. There's a whole bunch of them over here. I got a few going out. Also, this is my mate Vaughn George. He put this album out and sent this to me. I had the opportunity to do a remix for this album for the deluxe edition. So really cool. Thanks, Vaughn. And that's really it. And like I said, this is all storage over here. I did different stuff. I do have a couple things. All my children are represented in this. My middle daughter, Alyssa, this is a Darth Vader Tiki, and obviously an alien bug. Over here is my cat, Sam, with his toy lobster. And my daughter, Emmy, painted this picture from a picture he had. He's here in the box. And then my son has got me an Akira poster over here on this side. Yeah, it's really cool. Okay, that's really about it. I'll probably take some still shots of everything, and we'll go from there. One thing I would like to say is I did have, this is a rebuild. I rebuilt this studio because we had a tornado come through and knock a hole in the roof, into the ceiling, through the ceiling, and there was water pouring in, and yeah, it was a mess. It was a nightmare. Water pouring in, and the electricity was flashing in and off, and I'm trying to move all the synthesizers to that side of the room and then get a big tub to catch all the water. Yeah, it's quite the deal. So I'm gonna add that video to this one, and I'll make it's a fast video. It's, high speed, but it'll be even faster. But that's really about it. Thanks for watching. Bye.
This is literally the worst thing anybody who owns a studio can have. 1, 2.
This is my studio right now. Yeah, big storm.
That's horrific. Absolutely horrific. I don't know how Tony
Here we go.
I absolutely lose the plot on this.
Nothing in here is wet. Even the cables didn't get, they might have gotten a little bit of water at some point, but everything's dry, which is a good thing. Yeah, so a branch hit the roof, put a hole in the roof, and bounced out. We don't even know where it came from. It could have shot from the neighbor's,
Fuck.
From the neighbor's tree. I have no idea. So they're gonna come patch the roof. So I'm gonna tear all that down. Obviously, gonna clean up all this, and there's sheetrock all over the floor. I mean, it's even on the stand.
Oh.
Yeah, we're in fairly good shape. Just everything's discombobulated.
Oh.
I'm supposed to get another wave of rain in the next couple hours, but it's only supposed to last about an hour, 2 hours at best. So, but you can see where it's even bubbled too. I'm back. Look, I had to pull that in my streaming interface out. But what is going to happen? I'm going to have to test every single synthesizer, make sure that it's all still properly working. They didn't get wet, but trying to grab a bunch of gear when there's water pouring out of the ceiling and there was no light, it got the electricity went off. Nightmare, guys. Okay, so here we are in my studio, going to repair the hole in the ceiling from the tornado storm. I'm gonna shoot a time-lapse video of it, and then what I've done is I've taken off all the I had sheets on the wall for black. I've taken those off and I've covered all the equipment because it's probably going to get dusty in here. So everything's pretty much under here.
God,
Some of the stuff's in the other room.
in your studio wall.
All
with your
that's going to
sinks
come down,
in it.
and I'm
Oh
going
my
to
God.
go ahead and repaint, and I've got a new desk coming. So yeah, we're just going to do a whole studio remodel. All right.
I used to do this for a living. I was property maintenance. Of course, Tony decided to paint it all black. I'd have probably taken the roller off of that pole at that point. You don't really need to. I hate doing this, tearing my studio apart. There's nothing worse than rewiring a studio, nothing worse. No, kitty cat! Feels like I'm trying to watch paint dry. You should put the lights out first. Testing the seat out, make sure it works. So that was literally Tony's walkthrough in his studio. I can't believe that, like that happened. That branch could have gone anywhere, any fucking where, and it literally decided to go right over his fucking synth. And apparently, from the story, is it bounced in and bounced out again. Like Mando said, God said, "Fuck that synth in particular. We have to destroy it." Tony, I'm so glad that you managed to get a good outcome from that. I would have been absolutely horrified and depressed for weeks if that had happened to me. You are an absolute trooper, my man. Okay, I have no idea who's coming next. I just load the tours in and then we see who's coming next. So, who is next up for the studio tours? The Ether Elements. I don't know how Jack managed to do this. He's got twins, a 4-year-old, and he still managed to get a tour and a fucking set, 2 sets done. Let's listen to what Jack's got to say.
I'm playing my piano.
Okay.
I've got to say, Jack's looking a bit more ragged than he usually does.
I'm playing my piano.
Can you come back here? I need to get you in the shot to see how you look. Come quick. You got to be up here, so I need to see because I'm doing a camera test. Come. Then you go back down. Come. Up. You want to help with the recording or no? Huh? No. I'm doing all these changes just so you can be part of it. Come. Come.
This just sounds like another good reason to me not to have children.
I'm not saying that you want to. I just want to see how you look in the camera. Camera's on. It's on. So pretend you're playing. Come on. Then we do a test. Then I gotta figure out what I gotta change. Come on. Good job. That's enough. Thank you. Alright, let's see how that looks.
Alright, here we go. This is Ether Elements. My name is Jag Shogo. My pseudonym is Ether Element. Well, I guess, first of all, I should probably have done this earlier, but that could probably go up a little. Oh boy. Maybe not. Maybe if I turn this compressor off, then I can pump it up a little. Much better. How about there? There sounds good. How's that? Alrighty. Well, so much better sound. This has got a crazy proximity effect, this microphone. This microphone is a Beyerdynamic M88. It's great to use on kick drums, but I like it for vocals. I have it because I'm a tabla player, and it sounds amazing on the bass drum of the tabla. At the moment, haven't got that in my rig. My rig is constantly changing. Everything's always going through different phases depending on what's going on in the house. At the moment, I've got crawling babies, so everything's up, and anything that is normally on the ground is nowhere to be found. The tabla, though, I want my kids to actually try. So hang on. This is the bass side of the tabla, and the Beyerdynamic is really good on it. Really warm, beautiful tone. And anyway, so we'll do a little studio tour. Oh geez, we'll do a little studio tour. My cameraman is a tripod today, so I'll be moving around. The video might be a bit shaky. Lights are on because I guess you need to see what's going on. Lights are on, and you can see my ugly face. Anyway, we've got a bunch of things. I will go through them and let's have some fun. the main thing I really want to go through is the Nord Wave 2. My other stuff I've done in my previous cruise video, my previous studio tour, but this is the new toy, and I thought long and hard, and even asked the Clown Army what I should get, because I'm always up for a bit of good advice. And yeah, basically what we've got here is an excruciatingly painful decision to make. What synth do I get next? So this was probably the last purchase in a while in terms of synth. The next one is probably a Tascam Model 16 mixer. I don't know, we'll see. But anyway, I'll just play a little, push a few buttons and turn some knobs and stuff, and then we can just have a little look at what it sounds like, and then I'll go through and I'll go a bit more in depth on the Nord Wave 2. So here we go.
Does, and I don't want him to lose his like the inspirational ad hoc stuff that he used to do. So I'm hoping this isn't going to bring too much of a digital sound to what Jag does. The shape will change. So I've got quite a few options there. I'll just roll a few through them and you can hear the changes happening. I'll just roll off the top end of the Novation circuit. And then on my
my looper, which is sort of unfortunately the master clock, because never buy a boss product if you want it to be a slave. Let's kill that shitty drum there. So just gonna go through and make some changes and explain them while I go along. These are going to be drastic because they're for the purpose of instruction. So there goes my arpeggiator. That arpeggiator section's pretty powerful. I've got it synced into my master clock, so it's in time. Apart from that, I can do octaves, I can do up and down, random, zigzag, and I can also make it free. There are also a ton of patterns that I haven't really dug deeply into, because I'm pretty happy with the normal arpeggiation. I like the repetitive ostinato of it, so... But anyway, that's off.
Big words
so I'll just hit a key. And I've got keyboard hold on, so that'll hold that key. Now I've got all my effects engaged at the moment. So I've got my afterneath, which is a sort of very interesting reverb. I've got my Alpha Omicron, nothing to do with COVID Omicron, but the Alpha Omicron is there. That's a really cool bass distortion. I use that as my distortion. So feeding into those, I'm doing it sort of backwards at the moment, but I've got the Zvex Vibraphase, very interesting, colourful thing. So I've got one chain of audio from my synth going down that line. The other chain goes into this compressor, hypergravity compressor, and then into this ARP87 from Walrus Audio, which is a really cool delay. And then they're getting summed up in the looper, but they're just going through that at the moment. Anyway, I'm just going to fiddle with a few things and say a few things, and let's see how we go. So I've got this gnarly sound. It'd be cool to just come back to a pure tone first, so I'll just take some of these effects off. Well, there's all of them off. So here's my sound without any distortion. And you'll see it's a pretty simple tone. It's a mixture between sine and saw wave. And if I want to bring it back to a pure sine, I can do that. Keep it up about an octave, and we can see what's actually happening to the sound there. Roll off, resonance, got the resonance there. I can automate that, so I can go and say I want my LFO here to change the filter. With the rate and the amount there. Kids are crying in the background. It's all good. I got headphones on.
I love the fact that Jack's like, oh yeah, kids are crying in the background. And then there's nothing about it.
It's just for the purposes of narrating this live. So anyway, that is one sound. Now if I want to, I can have layered 4 different sounds. Cool thing to do sometimes is to grab that sound. So for that, I need 2 hands, so this is going to be interesting. But monitor over here, I'm just going to have to do it like this.
that's lit up, so it's green. That sound's happening twice. I can go and change the second one. Hit that note again. So I've got the same sound. So I can do some pretty cool stuff with that. I might want to get the same sound. Bring it down an octave or something. Or even 2 octaves, get a sub bass going. I can then change one sound's shape a little. Keep the other one elsewhere. So I've got my sound there, and I might want to add some additional oomph on the bottom. Bit of fatness, it's very subtle. But I can make it a lot less subtle if I want. It's also rolled off. Now I've got a few different shapes here to play with. Keyboard hold off. I mean, that's I've got. That's just my raw sound. So now, what I like to do is I just like to create sound. If I do get that keyboard hold again, I got my fat ass sound there. I roll off the bass a bit. And get that other sound on top that I had layered, but then now give it some compression, add some delay.
I'm a big fan of using extra processing to get better sounds out of your synth. As soon as you turn that distortion pedal on, it
the sound
just
changes a bit. Now, if I
make
want
the
to
sound
go
lovely.
and make it a mono sound, give it some glide, some porter. I get some pretty nice lead lines. I make some nice cool minimal shit with that. Bring down that glide a little.
I think what this is Jag saying, I've got a new synth and I want to show you all about it because I'm dead proud. I will say that the Nord Lead 2 is a great fucking synth. The Nord is something that I've overlooked like a lot.
And then I've got lots of options for delay. I mean, I'm not even using any of the onboard delay effects, which are all over there. It's got some nice stuff, reverbs, delays, choruses, all sorts of effects. And I can actually, another thing, I can drive the bass a bit as well. And then I've got like additive measures in terms of driving from the actual signal path, from the actual oscillator, I guess.
That sounds nice,
and it's
Jag.
cool stuff. I mean, you know, I've, for example, I've got routed to this oscillator control knob. I've got that to my wheel, so, you know. That's a pretty cool sound to play with. And I can route that pretty much anywhere. This synth is insane, and I'm only at the moment using 2 sounds. I can layer up to 4, and I can arpeggiate some of them as well. So, for example, if I just say, well, I want a lead line, and this one here, I want arpeggiating. So then when I play, if I bring the levels right,
that's actually pretty fucking cool.
and that's just all on one go. I've got space for 2 more.
Professor Digby. The Nord is cool, but it's not really my synth. It seems to me to be a keyboard player synth, and that's not what I am. At all, in the slightest. I don't want a coffee, but I don't want to miss anything.
There's some cool effects you can do there.
Professor Digby says, but Jack comes
It's
across as
pretty
someone who
gnarly
has
synth,
discipline to learn his instruments thoroughly, and you can tell by the sounds he's getting out of it. Jack is musically trained up the bottom hole. Honestly, this man has done so much pre-work on music in the past.
I mean, this thing's
he
pretty
can
awesome.
turn his hand to anything.
It's a sound designer's dream.
There we go. He's just said it.
I haven't even looked into the envelope sections there to tell you any of that. There's so many onboard effects. I mean, I could do this for days, but tell me that shit doesn't sound amazing. That's just one note on one synth with my Novation circuit just going doof doof. Let me bring that baby back up.
Yeah, Jack has the most coolest sounding smoother voice you've ever heard.
Enjoyed the little studio tour. It was fun for me. I got to get back to these kids. I've got 3 kids under 2.5. So we have
Jordan,
a 2.5-year-old
I'm not too sure
boy,
what you mean. Excuse me.
and we have 8-month-old boy-girl twins. So it's hectic, and it's fun to be able to come back to this little sandbox.
Jordan,
and make
you say,
whatever the
is
hell I want.
this the Shy Time Monday? I'm not too sure what you mean, mate.
Hope you have fun. That's Jag. There's my little studio tour. My humble little studio with a couple of nice little bits that sparkle. And cool. Enjoy. Hey, check it out. I'm a DJ. Oh yeah, baby. I'll say it one more time.
This is the third set he sent in, Mando. Did his original set, he did his Versus Oliver set, which Oliver pansied out of, and he did this as well. You know, all with twins. And another one on the way, Jag, you're mental.
And for all of you out there who are parents, get your kids toys, real toys, stuff like this. None of that crap from the toy section. Get them real things, man. My kids play this, they're allowed to play it. Of course, you know, you're supervised, but the best shit happens is when you don't supervise and they come up with all these settings changes you didn't even know the synth could do it. You're like, what?
Yeah.
They just intuitively go for it, man. They're like, sweet, this is awesome. I just... Oh yeah, baby. Enough of that crap now. Alright, well, there you go. Ether Element. There's my studio tour. Hope you have fun. Look into the Nord Wave 2. It's a beast.
Thank you so much, Jag. And like everybody said in the comment section, Jag is an awesome human being. He really is. And like he's been trained musically up the butt. The guy knows more about music than pretty much anybody else I know, honestly. And Jag, yeah, your studio has changed fucking loads. Like before, it was way different. There wasn't even a sequencer running anything, and you did it all literally on the looper, which you know is amazing. I don't want to. I understand that you've moved most of your your kit away because you've got calling babies and stuff and you've got another one on the way. But I really don't want you to lose that looping element that you've had from previous CLOWNFests. I know that you're spilling beans over fucking the Nordwave, and you should be. It's an amazing synth. But don't lose that looper capability from all the live stuff that you used to do. Don't get too far down this rabbit hole and lose that other one, is what I'm trying to say. All right, who's next? Prof Dick to beat.
All right, everybody, welcome. So after all the love I received at CLOWNFest, Mark asked me to do a little tutorial on how I did my set. So I'm going to show you and try to keep it under 10 minutes.
Okay, I just want to bring your attention to what Mando actually did. He's only had the box for a few months, like less time than me, and this is what he did with it. And I was that impressed with what Prof actually did with this set that I wanted to know how he fucking made it. One box that he's had less than 3 months. Fucking dude is insane. So let's check out what Prof has got to say.
Let's go. So when you fire up the MPC, I've set my MPC that you don't get any personalized setup. You just get the standard thing, and I always choose empty project. Now what I do is I take a first sequence over here, and then I rename it. In this case I did V1 for verse 1 because I always label them in verses. Or you could label it intro or verse or breakdown, and I always try to give myself all the notes in this title. Then I choose a track. In this case, a track is similar to an instrument for me. And what I do here is I choose plugins. I choose the drum first, and I label it drums. There. And I click do it, I label it, go back, and it's there. So again, you click on the pen, you click here on the title, you type in drums or whatever you want to call it, and then you click do it, and then you click back. Then you have all these icons, so you can choose either from samples that are in the box or that you brought yourself, and then you can choose assign samples. And what I do here is I choose assign samples, then I click on browse, and I think this is a 808 style, so sure, I'll click load, and you can audition all these sounds. So there you go, you just click this, and it plays it. Hopefully you can hear that too. And since I've loaded them, I can go back to the main channel or main page with this button. And when you click on drum program, that's the third tab here, you just tap on it and then you scroll down with this turning knob, and then you see 80s kit. I read 808 kit, but no, it's an 80s kit. And you have all your drum samples in there. Then I switch down with the twisty knob and create another instrument or track, whatever you want to call it. Then I label that bass, because I like to go drum, bass, they go together, and then leads, keys, pads, and so on and so forth. Now instead of choosing samples, I choose the little plug sample, plug icon. And then I click on plugin, and then I push this button, and I choose from all the possible plugins that they have. Now the only one that I bought was the Mini D because it resembles the Model D. But for example, the Odyssey I believe is included already. So if I choose that one, then you have your presets right below it. You click on that and you get a list to choose from. So I go to bass, click on it, and you have a whole bunch of basses that you can audition. I just click the first one, classic bass, and then scroll down. And yeah, then I have two things, yeah? So I can start programming now. Now I switch to my drums. Then I click on this little icon here, and I start putting in the kick. I think that was the kick. And then I press play. And I've also got the metronome turned on in case you hadn't realized yet. So I do this manually. But you can also press stop, then click overdub, and then press the play start to go. And then it will loop it. Then what I do to add other elements is I hold the note, I find my hi-hat, click overdub, and then record it. And once that's recorded, I go to my bass, because now I got a simple beat, right? And then with these bank buttons, you can choose the octave that you're playing in. I accidentally recorded that. Anyways, you can go lower with that. And if you press the hashtag button, you should be able to see what you recorded. And of course it doesn't show it, so hold on. There it is. Yeah. So let me delete that real quick, and I go back to the main. So once you got that, or once you know what to play or what you want to jam, you press overdub to arm the recording. Then you press play start, and it'll count you in with the metronome because I've got that turned on. Now that you got a little beat going, I just go to the first sequence, I press the pen again, and I press copy sequence, and that I give a different name, V2 in this case, and I click do it, and then again I click on do it. And now it will automatically move on there. Now let's say I want another instrument there. Then I'll call that lead. There we go, and then press back. And then I press plugin again. However, in this case, I have to add another plugin program. Otherwise, it'll use the same Odyssey. I don't want that, so I click plugin by pressing the plus. And then let's pick the tube synth. That works for me. Then we go to presets by clicking on it. Oh, sorry, I shift the camera. And I go to lead by scrolling up and down, pushing it, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff. So I pick the first one again, and I go up one bank from A, B, C, D. I choose C. I don't like that one. Sure, let's do that one. No, we don't like that one either. I don't like that one either. So a lot of these leads are pretty crap. So maybe we just go to pads, because sometimes the pads are better, and you click by going back, or even plucks. Plucks can be good sometimes. Yeah, that works. So overdub, stop it, you press overdub and then count yourself in. And then you press the overdub again to make sure you don't record over it. And now I can switch between any scene I want. So with the, if I select this and go up with the knob, it'll go to verse 1. See? That's without the lead. And then I switch it to the next.
Are you finding any limitations with having only 8 plugins? Have you reached that limitation yet?
And let's say I want to mute the drums. Then I select the track and I go to drums. And I click on the mute button. And it's gone in its entirety. But let's say you want to mute single tracks. Then you click on this button, the track mute. And then you click it again. And it should go to, oh no wait, shift. And track mute. And then you can
double click will get you that as well. Prof, you don't have to press the shift.
There we go. Now let's say you want to do a build-up or an effect. There's the XYF button. I click on Shift and then XYF.
Double tap it, mate. It's easier.
Next sequence XYF. I click Insert Effects and it always goes to the automatic.
You can also
stutter.
get it by pushing this one.
So you can also click here, by the way.
Yeah,
but
there you go.
When you're in the main screen and you're playing a verse and you want to move on to the next one with an effect, I click play. I already select the next one, then choose the effect, and there you go. And that was me banging on the table. Oopsie. And what I do is I will go from from sequence to sequence, program it by copying over every sequence by clicking sequence and copy. And
it's
that
pretty
allows
much how
me
I
to
work with the MPC as well.
delete from a next sequence what I want and to enter what I want in the next sequence.
Yep.
And then that way I build up an intro, verse, breakdown, build up, drop, whatever I want. And that's how I...
Also, when you copy the program over, you can change the VST, the soft synth that you've got in there as well. So like, say you've got like tube synth on pattern 1, you can copy it over to pattern 2, change it from tube synth to something else, and change the sequence on it as well. So I find that's been working for me as well. So yeah, like I only need one plugin channel, and like for track 1, I'll do the bass for track 1 in 4 parts, and I'll show you in a minute. And then so for track 2, I can still have just the one plugin channel and just change the parameters for it in the program. Okay.
Slowly create a set, and in this case, with my CLOWNFEST set, I made my own 303. I'd be happy to make a tutorial on that as well. It doesn't sound as authentic as a real 303, but it was close enough.
Dude, it sounded good enough to me, mate.
Yeah, in this case, I used nothing but stock plugins because I had it for 3 days. Yes. I just wanted to show off what can be done with this thing, in case there's other people out there like me who weren't convinced of its power. And hopefully this will help you to get convinced and maybe trust yourself to get one. And if I can work with it, then so can you.
Yeah, the kit is so easy to work around. Once you get over
I might do an in-depth tutorial. I don't know. There's a bunch of them out there from a lot more experienced people. But if you want one, let me know. And then I'll put one up on my YouTube channel. So thanks for watching. Everybody have a great CLOWNFEST. And again, Mark, thanks for having me.
No problem.
And all the other artists, thank you for your awesome sets and have a great CLOWNFEST. I'm Professor Dick the Beat. Like and subscribe. Peace out.
Mando's socials. If you care to go follow him, please do. He's a lovely human. He really is.
All right, you bunch of clowns. It's me, your favorite live act, Professor Dick the Beat. Today, not wearing a suit. Today I'm just Mando. This is the way. Anyways,
Well, I'm going to go make a coffee. I'll be back in 2 seconds,
I'm
people.
inviting you back into my studio because a lot has changed and the place is in shambles. I'm rearranging a whole bunch of stuff, getting rid of a few things. It happens. But I also recently got myself a whole new DJ all-in-one system. Yay! So that's kind of new. And I got rid of one rack for now. And I still have the same old gear that I had before. It's just rearranged a lot prettier. And it's obviously prettier because there's no cables connected. I still have to do that. On this side, I have a few cables, still a couple of synths, the same ones I had before. You know, the Roller, the Ringer, yeah, the usual suspects. But what I really wanted to show you lot today was this bad boy. This is what I've been secretly working on. And let me see if I can flip the camera here. There it is. There's my pride and joy. So first of all, I got me this golden sequencer from Professor Dictabeat. That's right, I made this myself. I call it the MPC Live 2 because that's how I am. And the same for this. I have this beautiful MIDI keyboard which I call the MPK Mini Plus, also by Professor Dictabeat. Now what we got here is a modular rig to make whatever I want, really. So what I do is I send a few MIDI cables out into a MIDI through box. The MIDI through box goes to a drum trigger module and another drum trigger module and a trigger module for a trigger and gate module that goes to a few others. And here I have an ASR module and a multiple module. So basically this is like an envelope, and this one divides the signal into two signals, so I can put two gates to wherever I want and two pitches or CV to wherever I want. Now one of them I got going to this one here, and that is basically an entire voice, which is similar to the red one there. It sounds almost identical to the SH101, and I love that because it really brings about some cool electro sounds. This here is a Moog style based filter, that's why I labeled it Moog. And this here is another oscillator which is patched with this one in unison, and it has a very deep fat sound to it. And that one is connected to a Korg style type of filter, a mini Korg if I'm correct. Then there is this little bad boy which is a polysynth, and I'm controlling that via MIDI so that I can actually make chords. Then I got this here, which is a clone from another brand that doesn't exist anymore, Mutable Instruments, and it makes some really cool acid sounds, acid bass lines. You can tell the smiley is there. And then here is a module by Bear Modules, which is a Dutch manufacturer, but this company is awesome. The guy who makes these things is incredibly nice. This here controls a whole bunch of parameters that I wanted to control, and in this case I wanted to control the FM, the octave, the harmonics, the frequency, the timbre, and the morph function, and I patched that all through to here, and it does that exactly how it's supposed to. And I got my own blanks, yay! Then there's the Tesseract mixer module. It's actually two mixer modules and a mastering section, so I can send and return effects and then pre-listen to them with the cue, and it's really nice. And then we head on over here where there's the triggers modules from Erica Synths, And down here is the first module that I built myself, which is also a module from Bifaco. That's meant for drums, except I make lasers with it. And these 4 drum modules that are now buried under cables are from the brand PtAC. And I've built those myself as well. So I spent all this time soldering, and it was really fun. And I don't know anything about electrical stuff, but I built it, and I'm proud of that. And then down here is a Lindrum sound module, which creates all kinds of cool Lindrum samples. So that's really cool. I'm having a lot of fun with it, so I can switch between heavy stuff. And these things morph in sound as well. So, you know, you can go from really heavy, gritty drums to very 808-ish, soft kind of drums. And of course, in combination with the Lindrum stuff, you get a very diverse palette. Down here, I have an A-B switcher, so I can switch between module A or module B. And I can also decide, for example, if I just have one input, that I send that signal to channel A or channel B, wherever I want it to route to, which means I could patch in effects if I wanted to. And then buried under more cables down here is another module from Bear Modules. See, with a cute little bear on it. Oh, it's not focusing. There it is. And this one is a little mini mixer with panning included, and it's a lot of fun. Then there's another envelope here, the same one from over here, except this one is connected to another oscillator, and next to it is an attenuator, which is kind of like a volume control, I guess. And that's here is something that Daryl Cole had made for me. So big up Cole. Here's a delay that I'm building. It's not done yet, as you can clearly see. And then next to it is a delay effect, which I'm currently not using, but I will figure out a way to patch it in. There's a couple of more modules coming. I have one from Modbap Electronics, but they sold me a broken unit and I sent it back, and they're gonna send me a new one. Hopefully that'll happen soon, because I've been waiting for, I don't know, almost a month now. But on top of that, I'm going to get a couple of more Bear modules, and not to be confused with Behringer, because Behringer is cool. I mean, you know, you see what I got here. I love Behringer. But when it comes to modules, I do think that other brands make a lot of really cool stuff too. And since it's similarly priced, I would rather give smaller companies a chance to make a living than to buy Behringer stuff. But you know, that's very debatable in itself. And then up here are still my guitars. Yay! All these lovely guitars. I still suck at playing them, but I still have them, so there's that. And then over here in this corner, I have a Crave, a couple of circuits, a Microfreak, sound object number 5, not to be confused with Mambo number 5. And well, you already know all of this stuff. You've seen that in the last few studio tours. So I've just gotten a little bit more acid in the house, as you can see. And yeah, that's it. I managed to fill almost 10 minutes with my rambling, but I hope you liked the tour. And Mark, Jennifer, and Jen, and Eric, and Stepan are going to visit me in May, and we're gonna do a couple of jams from here as well. And if you ever want to visit, if you're in town, let me know. If I got time, we're gonna jam together. Anyways, take care. We're on to the next studio tour. Have fun, everybody, and welcome to CLOWNFEST 10 if this is your first time. I'm Professor Dictabeat. Follow me on all my channels. Take care. Peace out, and big up to Mark.
Thank you so much, Professor Dictabeat. Yeah, it was nice to see your rap module there, mate. You literally, like, I don't know, 4 years ago, you didn't have any synths. You know, and now you've got like one of the best synth rooms like we've seen. Admittedly, it is a bit Behringer-y, but you know, we can forgive you for that, fella. Yeah, great tour, Mando. Thank you so much for being involved. And yeah, don't mention my passport. I'll try my very best to find it in the next week. Point 2, all the way from Down Under, Tasmania.
This is Kazan Wood, aka Point 2. I just want to kind of give you a studio tour, show you a bit of my world and kind of what happens in here. I do apologize. There's probably a little swearing in this. I can't really help it. It just happens. I'll try to keep it to a minimum, though.
Swear away, motherfucker.
All right, so I'm doing this with a bit of a line microphone so that we can get the line in. So the video is probably going to be a little janky, but I apologize in advance. So welcome to my studio. Basically, I just wanted to kind of update you with sort of the things I've been doing, and also it just occurred to me that like I kind of have a lot of shit that a lot of people probably are like, the hell does he do with all of this stuff? What I wanted to start off with was what excited me the most about like why I wanted to redo another studio tour is because I got this thing which isn't really very exciting. It's just a line mixer. But basically, the MPC Live. Now, for those of you playing at home, you would already know I have been having one of them, so there's nothing new. But I just got a second one for the studio, which has enabled me to like set it all up properly. And what I did is I got the MPC Live, the second one, and I got this line mixer. Now, what that kind of is doing for me is now I had this squid, which I had for quite a long time. It's kind of really sucked the squid. Like it really still does sort of suck, but I kind of used it now for specifically. It's now basically controlling my drums. So I got this line mixer here, and I've decided to make a dedicated drum bus, which, you know, that's kind of the whole reason why I'm doing this studio tour, because it excites me. It's a little weird, but anyway. So I kind of got this drum section here. It's controlled. Now, all of my MIDI is synced up. Everything works. Like, it just kind of works. So, you know, at any time I can just come in here, press play, and, like, everything sort of functions and kind of everything. Now, the reason that can happen is basically because of, you know, this little Myo, I think it's a 10, I can't remember, but it has a lot of MIDI inputs and outputs, and basically what enabled me to change my thinking was getting this MPC, the second one for the studio, because of its double outputs and double inputs, but more importantly, it's double outputs. It's enabled me, well, it basically outputs everything except CV, and yeah, now I take everything out of that through the MIDI A, and that goes into the Myo. But the MIDI B now goes out to my Virus TI2, which accidentally quite a long time ago I found out even with that light on, it means it's powered on, so it transmits MIDI. So that's been sort of like the secret sauce for me to actually do this. So the MIDI B from the MPC Live goes to the Virus TI2, which then goes to the Squid. And basically all it's sending is time and start and stop. So what happened then was the Squid runs out to one of these little quadra through things, and then that runs out to the drum buses, the drum machines kind of thing. Yeah, and the thing is B kind of is sort of what's really geeky in that I use this as a through, the Squid. So I can control the drums as well through the Squid, through the MPC Live. So basically, yeah, it all controls, like this can control everything that this does, because this is the master and the Squid and the Deluge are now slaves. That's sort of the big kind of turning point for me, was converting just one into a master and the other two into sort of slaves. So the Squid.
I will say that in these politically correct times, that it is not applicable these days to call one master and slave. I think this politically correct nonsense has got a little bit out of hand. How are we supposed to use these terms? This one is it's master, and this one is slave to it. It's just kind of, we don't mean handcuffs and bondage and, kept against your will and stuff. We just mean this one is telling this one what to do because that's what it does. I honestly don't understand this politically correct times we are fucking in. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I'm sorry, Gaz. Carry on.
Its duty is drums, and it does it really well. I'll put the microphone down, just give you a quick demo, but basically the squid is just controlling the Digitact at the moment. Now, obviously, I could, and I have, my Jungle Rhythms pack on there from Electronic Sounds. That can play it. So I've got patterns on there with drums as well, but this way I can control the LXR and the Nord as well.
Jack, that is too funny, mate.
Anyway, I'll just put the thing down and you'll have a see. I filled up all the squid. It was really weird. It says you can have up to 1,600 patterns or something, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy. And I sat there for a whole weekend, 8 hours both days, and I was just chewing through the patterns and stuff, and I got to the end. If I can find the picture, I'll post it on the video. But yeah, I broke it basically. It can't take any more patterns, but they're all drums, so it's pretty cool. I'll show you quickly. So basically, that's enabled me now to, my whole idea at the start of this, a long time ago, was basically just to be able to create a space where at any point in time I can just come in and just kind of jam, or if at any point in time I kind of just want to do something, it enables me to do that sort of thing. So with this, that was a big tick kind of for me. Now I have my drums sorted. Every time I come in here, I can just create new patterns, for days. I mean, this is just one project. I have, hundreds in here, and that's it, it's just, I never have to worry about programming drums anymore. So that sort of made me think, well, that's cool, now I don't have to do drums, and that's, freed up that. So I thought, well, I really thought about how I was using the Deluge. I sort of have this thing. It wrote a heap of tracks when I first started, and I loved it. Now that I work more in the box, it's kind of, I don't really love it as much anymore. The screen sort of annoys me, and I can't justify buying a new screen for it, even though I could. But I love it, and I don't want to sell it. My daughter loves the lights, and that was a big part of me buying it, to be honest. But and it's written quite a lot of music for me. So I was really kind of well, what am I going to do with it? So I slaved this to the MPC, and I thought, well, yeah, I made it into a chord box. So basically now what it does is I have filled it with a heap of my favorite chord progressions for each key. I've saved it under each one. So for example, if I load, we have A minor at the moment. So we'll just load that one. So there's maybe about 70 in each key that I've just kind of gone through, and things that I like, and progressions that are whoa, maybe inspiring for a bit later or whatever. But sort of the same deal now with the squid. Whenever I switch everything on, basically all I have to do is just press play and I can jam, sort of thing, which that's always been the dream. So I'll give you a little demo. Now, this is where I love the Mio, whatever it's called, is because it takes USB as well. So the USB out of the Deluge goes into the Myo. So once again, that controls like all the synths, like everything. If it goes through there, then it controls everything. This is sort of like my drums and, you know, kind of things that I like to fart around with the MX1 effects and that. So yeah, so sort of the same deal. I just have a heap of chords that I now can just like bang out. Once again, I'll give you a quick demo. It's nothing exciting, but just so you can see.
Yeah, Gaz is proper geeking out here. And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
So yeah, as you can see.
Just going to intersect Gaz here. Yeah, I don't like the Deluge, and I'll get into this when I start talking about my tour as well. For me, it's all about hands-on, and the Deluge doesn't feel like it's a playable machine. I'll get into it when I start talking about my love for the EMX. But yeah, anyway, sorry Gaz, carry on, mate.
See, it's just got heaps of them. You know, I went a bit nuts on that as well, but it was just so that, like, you know, like more for when I'm not inspired, I suppose. It's easy to just kind of go, well, like, yeah, I could be lazy, but like while I have inspiration and while I'm like, you know, it's nothing to think of a track, then I'll kind of just keep going as I am. But hopefully maybe later on, and, you know, it is fun just to come in and just fucking jam, you know, like you got all this shit. It's just cool. Like you just switch it on and then you can just switch it off and then you don't even have to worry. And so that kind of brings me like sort of kind of to the end of this kind of bit. You know, these are my synths. We all know them. They're all pretty cool. You know, they all just do what they do. I basically kind of try and use them for the same things in each jam. So usually the Hydra and the mini log I put together. That's what's creating the pad sound in that Deluge thing. Listen. So this is the mini and the Hydra. I love the Hydra. I love the Hydra synth, but I always find it sounds Hydra synthy. I was one of the first people like the pre-ordered and all of that. So, woo, you know, I wasn't phased. The Hydra had that, like, people hated it because they thought the ribbon sucked at the start and all of that. But I backed it, and I you know, I've always loved it. But I find, like, as I've been had it for a while now, and it just sort of has this sound that's Hydra. You know, it's really. You can get out of it, but it really takes it too long to be bothered, to be honest. I know that's really lazy, but I got other shit I can do. I don't mind the Hydra sound at all. It's a different type of sound to everything else. It's unexpectedness and it's like rowdiness. But I find with the mini log, it perfect pair. Like if any of you have like both those synths, or you know, any kind of fat, warm, analogy thing that just rides underneath, it just changes the dynamics of the Hydra like 1,000%. Got the Digitone. I love it. I've always had it. I don't know, everyone like have a love-hate relationship with it. I don't know, it's like my soul synth that speaks to me. I can always just whip something out of it that I like takes 2 seconds, and it just is what it is. I just gel with its structure. The Analog 4, sort of same deal. You know, I use that more for sort of effects and like the risers and that kind of thing. I just sort of love playing with the synth though, because it's just nice. It kind of rewards you.
Actually, this is another point. You should be using synths to the best of their capability, you know? So like, when I first started, I thought I could get any synth, you know, and they would do everything, and that's just not the case. Some synths lean much more towards like doing the analogy. Some synths lean more towards doing, you know, lead lines and stuff. They just, you know, each synth has a tiny different little flavor, you know. And again, that's like, you know, same thing going on behind me.
If you kind of look for things, you know, like that's why I love it. Peak, well, I got that because of the Base Station 2, and I was like, well, what could be better than a Base Station 2? Well, a Peak. Kind of regret it. I still wish I had my Base Station 2. that's why I got the Minotaur, because I was like, well, I really miss the base station too, and because I had the Peak, I didn't want to get another Novation sort of thing, so I got the Moog, and I love it. Like, can't be disappointed in it at all. You know, the DBA one, I like that. It's not so much I use it as much, more because I can't be bothered programming it all the time for different shit. But like, I do like it. Like, it's nice, you know. It's more something I use for sampling, or just for sort of when I just want to have a wang on the knob or whatever, you know. But the other thing I wanted to sort of show quickly was the whole sub bus thing that I have with my drums. Now, I have this coming out.
He's loving that sub bus
into the MX1, and then it comes from the MX1 into the Allen and Heath Q16, which, you know, obviously I love. But then I have that sort sent out to a little bit of distortion, so I can fatten up the drums. It also goes through the analog heat, just for a little bit more fatness and stuff like that. So I'm really kind of pumped. I really wanted to show you the distortion and like the send effect and all of that, because it really is kind of gnarly when it gets going. But just as I bloody switched everything on, the battery ran out. So that sucks. Anyway, you get the point. But and that's kind of the hardware bit of my studio. I want to show you a little bit of software, just kind of what I use in Ableton and stuff like that. I thought it might be cool.
Oi, oi. This is the second part of my studio tour. I just wanted to quickly kind of show you my other world. Nothing really exciting. I use Ableton. I have used other DAWs. I just prefer Ableton. So I just kind of wanted to quickly show some of my top 3, 4, 5s or whatever, just for sort of, you know, everyday kind of things that I use. I'm not going to go into any detail really. I'm just kind of going to show them. Just go off and YouTube them and shit like that. Since I use Faceplant, is definitely my most used synth. I just love it. When I'm kind of just feeling a bit more relaxed and kind of just want to get a sound, Serum obviously is the workhorse. Serum's kind of cool. Pigments I really like. I haven't updated yet. I know I need to. And I use like the old school Massive. Reason because I got a shitload of presets for it, but also because I just like it. Now obviously distortion plays a big part in what I do. I love distortion. The workhorses for me have to be Trash 2. Saturn 2, like, it does everything, but I find I like it more for like the lower end sounds. I like this Faturator. It's, if you've never heard of it, definitely look it up. It's crazy. Like, kilohertz I love. So quickly, reverbs are reverbs, but I just wanted to kind of give like a big shout out to this ROM. I use it all the time. It's really, really good for moving sounds. Valhalla, you always got to give a shout out. I don't know. It's kind of like the girl that's been around the block. Everyone knows it, but it's like, it's just a go-to. It just always works. Fab Filter, obviously. Now, I love this reverb, but it's just like science, you know, like... So delays, obviously, because I'm a bit of a Fab Filter fan. Timeless 3. I love Timeless 3. It's got everything. It's even got Timeless 2 in the settings. It's well worth the money, don't get me wrong. It's really CPU hungry though. Bloody Isotope. I don't know. It's just another one, quick dial. I can just get in it, whatever I want. Yeah, I don't know, it does what it says. Delays don't really turn me on as much as distortion, so I don't really kind of like froth at them and that. I kind of like the Valhalla again because of just a little bit of like wonkiness, or, you know, just that like sort of Valhalla vibe is always cool. So EQs and like filter and shit, I just wanted to kind of, you know, obviously big up Pro Q. I love Pro Q. Once you have it, you just can't imagine life without it. I don't know. It's really weird. Soothe 2, I wanted to just kind of tell everyone it's by Oak Sound. And then the drop. Now, I don't know. This is pretty old school, this thing, but it's like, it's sick. Trust me. If you're looking for a filter, the only reason why this is really sick, I think, is because you get to choose different filters. And like, then you have it for each one. I love the Ableton utility. I use this a lot because of the gain, so I don't like have to, if I'm automating gain and stuff like that, I automate this. Glue compressor, I love this thing, like it's the best. Funnily enough, it's done by the people there, Satomic or whatever. That's the one who do the drop. Track spacer, I use this for sidechain. If you haven't looked at it, I would definitely highly recommend you get it. It's not highly expensive, but it's like one of those things that will change your life. My leveling thing I use is levels. I used it age for a while now. I like it because it's easy to see at a glance, really quick. Limiting, I like to limit things, obviously. I use, funnily enough, Fab Filter. I just like it. So the last thing, sort of thing, the sort of secret sauce, is I have SonarWorks. It's sort of like audio correction thing for my studio. So basically I had to wang around my studio a microphone, and then it sort of took some frequency responses of my room and then sort of has EQ'd my speakers to sort of kind of eliminate the problems in my room. Anyway, thanks for joining on my tour. I hope it didn't bore everyone. I try to make it as quick as possible. I apologize if it sucked.
Did not suck, guys. Did not suck. Go on, my son. No, Jordan Allen is not doing a studio tour, unfortunately. Finney, what a great studio tour. You can tell by that Gaz is a geek and he loves his fucking equipment. You see the synthesizers that this man has in his fucking collection. I didn't even clock the fucking System 8 on the above the other bits and pieces. Oh my god. Oh, Gaz, you're loving the drum bus. You're loving the drum bus. Yeah, epic tour, Gaz. Epic tour. It was nice to actually. It was nice to see your Ableton setup as well. Because like hardware, you know, I've been doing for fucking ages, and now I'm getting into doing it in the box a little bit more. So it's nice to see what you use and how you go about using it. Yeah, and you forgot the Quantum as well. One of the biggest, best fucking synths in your collection, and you didn't mention it. Yeah, Professor Dictaby earlier on asked what a bus was. Was it a bus, synth bus, drum bus? What was it? But yeah, I hope that question got answered. I myself do not.
Okay.
Oh yeah, right. Like, this guy went above and beyond his fucking Call of Duty for this. This is an hour long. Now apparently it's split into two. So there's like the hardware, and then there's like the hybrid version as well. What I might do is just do the hardware version and then put the whole thing up to my YouTube, because I think an hour long is a little bit too much.
Here we go, into the studio. So I want to break this up into 3 sections kind of deal. I'm going to go over pretty much real quick what's in here. I'll go over the acoustic treatment. I'll go over my gear and routing. And then I'm going to go over some workflow with you guys. So when you first come in, you'll notice, you're like, hey, that's not musical stuff. Okay, I also do airbrush work. And I don't know if I'm going to leave this in this room permanently, but for now it lives in here. So I have this unfinished painting I need to finish. I have my toolbox down there with all my paint supplies and stuff in there. Some more paint supplies down there. Vinyl cutter if I need to cut stencils or do anything like that. That's the light usually for that area. Alright, so sound deadening. Sound treatment was a game changer for me, to be honest with you. When I started putting a sound treatment in here, it made working so much faster and able to mix way better. And one of my goals is, as far as this studio goes, is to be mixing and mastering for people. I plan on investing a lot more money into that aspect of the studio. So we have these form corner traps, and then we have this back wall foam trap. I know foam is not the best, but this is a good, again, there's on the bottoms centimeters to give you guys an idea what we're looking at for the thickness on this. About about closer to 7 centimeters. So, I mean, it works. Keeps the echoes down, at least back here. On the front, we are totally treated. Again, we have just done these rock wall panels. So these are rock wall. The panels are, this is 15 centimeters ruler, so it's thicker than 15 centimeters. And then the gap is almost exactly the same. So it's supposed to double up the efficiency of these things. The corner traps that I put in there, they have the foam down there to take care of the 3-way corners to keep bass from building up there. But those are closer to 12 inches, and 12 inches is around 30 centimeters thick. I also have down here some more rock wool. That's working as a base trap, so those are the full bats. I just cut the plastic off them because I was using that when I did up here too. So I have the top. So again, whenever you start doing this kind of stuff, you want to attack your first reflection points first, and you can take a mirror, run it along the wall or whatever, and wherever you can see your monitors from your listening position is where you're aiming for. Again, I have equilateral triangle set up for my listening position. I've measured the room, and I've tried to get my listening position in the perfect spot of the room. I have a measurement mic that I've been doing measurements as I've been doing all this stuff and creating waterfall graphs and pretty much attacking the acoustics in here the best I can. Again, any home studio is going to be, unless you're building it from the ground up in a perfect environment, you're going to have compromises. So I'm working my best around these compromises to make things work better. So let's go through equipment next. So here we're going to start in the sampling section. When you come over here, we got records on the bottom down here. It's right next to the mixer. We got a screen that's a duplicate of one of the screens over in the main PC style area over there. For a record player, I have a Newmark TT2 direct drive turntable. It has some cool features, like it has the quartz. It'll do 10 or 20% on the thing. Of course, the pop-up light, you know, standard features, 30, 45, 75, reverse, forward, you know. And this right here comes out and it goes into the Octatrack. It's on this crossfade, so I can...
Oh yeah! Check this out. It goes to 1, 2.
This is kind of hard with your elbow. Again, you guys get the idea. So again, that right there goes into the Octatrack for sampling duty. The MC707 is over here. This I usually use as more of a synth, so it's more of a sound engine. Sometimes I'll use the drums on it, and sometimes I'll use drum pads as like one shots. I have a keyboard here that's Bluetooth that goes over and connects to the main computer. That way I can also sample using Groove Agent and then the actual machine software on. But this is the Machine Plus that I have over here. Really good for sampling on new and chopping up samples. Works really well. So if you go into like sampling, it's real easy to work with. Or if you go in, so again, really intuitive, easy to use this box. This is fun for experimental stuff, or the sequencer on it's really good also. If you're sequencing other equipment, it's really good for that, because you can press MIDI and then you have 8 different sequencers, 8 different channels, or 8 tracks of sequencers also that come with it. Again, a lot like how the Digitat does. This all has the Cubase shortcut keyboard keys on there and a little thumb like. Has the, where's my mouse? Which screen are you on? Oop, I must have found it. So again, so this way I can bring stuff up over here and I can control the mouse without having a big mouse in my way over here, because there's kind of, again, real estate's at a premium over here. I may get another one of these to put down there. That way I can get this mixer off the floor. But that right there is the sampling section of my studio. Alright, next let's go over the synth area. Just a rack synth area. So over here we have a on-stage rack from Sweetwater I bought. Some storage down here. Set of drums. Crate. So let's start at the top. We'll start right here. So again, we got a mono synth. I use this a lot for basses, things like that. I love this thing. It's great. It's Sequential Pro 3. The mod matrix, you pick the source and then the destination. And it also has a third, so it has 2 analog oscillators and a third wavetable oscillator. It's really good. It has built-in sequencer. I don't really sequence stuff with onboard sequencers because I'll go into that a little bit later. gives the awesome tune feedback. So you can get really gritty with it.
Suddenly I have gas for the Pro 3.
Again, pretty awesome synth. I like it a lot. This is what I consider to be my mono synth. Like, my whole idea was I wanted a really good mono synth, and that's the one I went with. And it was a toss up between this and the Moog. There, the one everybody else has is the 37. Next down here we have the JDXA. JDXA is an awesome synth. It's definitely very cool. So it's 4-part analog. So you can have 4 different parts, so it's multi-timbral. And that's just on the analog. And each analog part has 2 oscillators and a noise if you want. So you could add a pink noise. So let's see. If we were here. So again, the way this JDXA works is the part you want to work on, you press the part above it, and that changes all the controls over to that part. So you could actually be playing a part and adjust something else if you really wanted. But so the red part says what your keyboard's controlling, and then the blue says what the board is. It has also 4. These are again like mono parts. You can polystack them, which means like if I press polystack now, it's all number 1. But I can do up to 4 key chords on the analog part. The digital part, on the other hand, so the digital part of this synth has 3 partials for each one. So let's just go. So we have digital part 1. So we turn on the blue, so that way this is all that. And then for the oscillator, if you go to variation, then you can pick which one, what you want it to be. And then you can do up to 3 different parts for each digital one. So 3 different sounds, 3 different envelopes, stuff like that. It's an amazing sound design tool. I love doing pads on the digital part because again you have 3 different parts, and then you can use your amp envelope, so in the LFOs, so it has and stuff. So I love it. It's great synth. Been good to me. It was the first real synth I got when I came back into music. Something, I think it was December 2017 or 18 that I bought this. Man, time flies. Then below that we have FM. So that was that's a hybrid. My first stepping back in. That's my mono. Now I have an FM synth down here. So this takes care of all FM duties as far as hardware is concerned. Really good sounding synth. It's my newest one. I haven't messed with it overly yet. I know that I can import samples and play samples on it too. It has drums built into it. It literally has the same engine as the Montage, and so awesome synth, sounds great. I really need to dive into that one more. That's my newest one, so I do not know this synth like I wish I did. Up here we have the PtAC. So Novation Peak, awesome synth also. Again, it's a digital 8 voice. Great synth, has good sounds. I like it. This I ended up buying. This was my second like real synth I bought. And it was funny because I didn't know no better and know stuff about synths, so I got it. I was really disappointed because I was expecting something more like a JDXA, something that was multi-timbral, because I didn't understand those terms at the point. So I thought voices and timbrality were the same thing, and oh man. But it's a good synth. It has good sounds to it. It has wavetables, and you can upload your own wavetables into it. That was the other thing I really liked about it. The fact that it had the wavetable aspect of it, and you could upload whatever wavetable you want using the app on the PC. Drums. So right here I have the TR-8S. I love this box for drums. I like to call it the quick and dirty box, because if you want, like right now it's going, so I go to bass and get a 4 on the floor instantly, especially when you're just producing. You always want to do something quick. So again, high hand clap. So it's so quick and dirty claps. Not only that, it's easy to experiment with. Really hands-on. I'd prefer to use this any day than a lot of the stuff in the DAW. And it's really easy to move stuff over. Again, I've also don't so much sequence this thing. I'll use the sequencer on this one sometimes, depending on what I'm doing, but a lot of times I'm also sequencing that from something else. And down here we have our acid boxes. I have a regular TD3 back here, and I have an XOX box also. Now the Zox box here, this one's modified, so it has an extra oscillator. It's got the res boost, cutoff low, bunch of different stuff. And man, I really like that box, to be honest with you. I have a love-hate relationship with it. It's more of a tuning thing. If you look at where I have to have the master tuning to even have it right, so I don't know. Alright. Oh, might as well, seeing we're over in this area. So down here we got all our extra audio cables, all our extra MIDI cables, and all our extra USB cables for synths. And I guess we might as well toss this into my son's Squire. I keep it down here because he can hook it up to the effects. Now let's go over to the main desk. Over on the main desk, again, we got our Kali monitors up here. We have a 42-inch super wide LG monitor and another monitor. These are both on stands, so that way if you're working standing up, you can just lift them up and have them in a good working position, so you can like lift everything up and move it, and it's adjustable. Or if you're sitting in your chair and you're just working in the DAW, you can again lower everything right back down. That was part of the vision I saw when I built here. We have the Access Virus TI2, and this is my digital monster. I mean, this synth is amazing, super powerful, so many sounds. I love this synth, really good. Again, I really like making trance music too, so it's kind of no-brainer that I have that. Right here we have the Squarp Pyramid. This sequencer right here, I'm going to be getting rid of for I don't know how much. It's hard for me to even get rid of it because I know it so well and it's such a nice box. So I really even haven't like totally took steps to totally get rid of it. Jaw controller. Again, I got an X Touch 1, which is really nice. Has the, let's see, As far as DAWs go, I am in Cubase, so the X-Touch one, what I really like about it is if I go to like the mix console and I start going to banks or something like that, it has the automatic faders. Again, you got the controls here on the DAW. So let's see if we go here for bank. So this is the problem, it's Mackie controller. So again, you can jump over to your, I don't want to be a machine. So let's say I'm over here on like this, and then it has the automatic fader. So let's go, yeah, here you'll see it over here. So again, it adjusts automatically, motorized faders. The Kai MPD 232. I think this is going to end up getting replaced. I don't think I'm going to keep this one around for long. I bought it with the original idea that this would be my master pad controller, but I really like the Machina stuff now that I've figured out how to integrate it very well with the DAW. I've shared this information with a few people, a few videos where I'm able, because that was a lot of people's biggest complaint, is the DAW integration with Machina when you leave the Machina environment. But it does integrate very well. It takes a little bit of setup, but once it's set up, it works really good in the DAW. Up here we have an RNC 1773. This one is doing side chain, so it's side chaining my bass. I'll go into routing in a little while. We have another RNC 1773. A lot of times I'll use that on the master. On this side over here, I have an effects processor, the GT Pro. This thing is awesome, multi-effects. Right now the XOX box is going into it. And down here we have the Circlone. Right here. So this is the Circlone. And let's see, where's the XOX? There's the XOX. This thing's awesome. I love the Circlone. This is what is replaced this. This thing was complete awesomeness. This is even better. There's a lot of cool stuff with it. So supposing, again, it's set up song, scene, track, pattern. So let's say here's my pattern that I have for the XOX box. The tracks, so these are all different tracks. So let's just say I want to just, and whichever one's lit is the track you're on. And this is also a track selection. So if I choose this one, whatever instrument it is will play, or I have control over. So like, let's say Pro 3. So right now it says Pro 3. Now my MIDI controller, which is the SL88 Grand down here, is playing the Pro 3. Or if I switch it over to the Peak, which is the top buttons, now I'm playing the Peak. Okay, but like over here now, so now we're back on the XOX, and so let's press play. Oh, I forgot I put some stuff in here. So here, so now I can use this way. So if I'm on tracks here, you see only the one where I have the XOX is on. So I know I have my drums right here. So now that'll trigger my drum parts. I have 2 basses right here. So now I can just trigger them that way, turn them off or turn them on. Which is beautiful. I love that workflow. Let me turn this off and back on because I don't want anything saved there. And then we have this bad boy, which is the Mio XL. The Mio XL, if you have a lot of synths or you have a lot of stuff in your setup, this is a godsend. I use this to control all my MIDI. So I have MIDI going out of here. So I have USB MIDI going into this, and these other MIDIs going into that too. And then that also has outputs to all my different instruments, whether through USB or through 5-pin. I'll go into routing more. That's going to be in the next session. And we have the X Touch Mini. Again, I use this in my portable setup too. So I unplug this along with this hard drive, which has all my projects on it.
It's an absolutely insane rig, right, Sapro?
Setup,
the way you set it up is genius as well.
My lunches and my breaks. And I use this also because, again, it has the 8 tops. So if I want to use knobs, and then I have program controls. So I have a button just to switch between mono and not. I can add an FX channel. I can add an audio track. So it's FX track, audio track, instrument track, reverse audio, render settings, render in place, metronome to my left locator, so if that's the beginning of my loop or whatever. Again, loop function, stop, all your basic controls are in there too, which is awesome. Okay, the mixer. This was a game changer. It really was. I don't know how many times I've told people, you know, if you have hardware and you're using a lot of stuff and you got a lot of inputs, this is really the way to go. Right now, I have 40 crazy amount of inputs into this. All my instruments have their own channels. So again, Mackie Pro 3, and they're linked, and they have their own faders. So like this is the PC. I have PC channels that come out to this too. So again, because they're linked, you know, and they're automatic faders. So now if I jump over to A, everything switches to where
Swish,
it's set
bastard.
at. And the other thing, man, when you really think about it, everyone's like, oh, the price. Okay. So I don't need a patch bay. See these different mixes? All these different mixes go out to different stuff. They either go out to effects or they go out into my sampling instruments, so I can have anything go out to 14 different stereo mix outs. Beautiful, right? That's great. I don't 14 outs. Boom. Like that. And that's expandable, the ins and outs, by getting stage boxes. And again, each one of these, like any other mixer. So over here you got, again, you have your gate. You got your choice if you need 48. So we're on the mic. So again, we have phantom power to it. So you got your gain, your trim. You have a gate built in. You got compression. So I guess DBX is the compressor that they do. The equalizer, which is awesome. Equalizer works great. That's the other thing I'll show you guys too, the delay. So I don't have Sonar Works, which a lot of people have. But what I did do in my studio is I took the mix. So if we go to, and we select my main here, and then we go to the EQ. Where's my EQ button? I've created an EQ. Now that you have a Q, Where's the... Sorry. So there's my EQ for the low, and there's my EQ for the high for the main out. So this is my main EQ, all this red area. And I've sat here and pretty much flat curved it using REW, which is Room EQ Wizard, and a measurement mic. So that way, no matter what I'm playing, what instrument, I have a corrected sound coming out of my monitors. And the beautiful part is like I said, everything has its own deal. So let me get out of EQ.
John, how much was the mixer? You talked about price, but I don't think you actually mentioned it,
so
did you?
I have MC707. So let's see, I have the MC707, whereas A is my separate, my assignable out, and then I have my regular MC707. So let's go MC707. Again, so I can go to the inputs, and then it tells me in here I can choose again for my direct out, because this all goes, every single line in here goes to its own channel in the DAW audio wise. So again, the direct out is again the USB card into the DAW. Down here you have a choice, so you can have a pre-din, post EQ, post fade. You can choose how you want it for each mix. So again, whichever mix you have going where, you can pick where you want the signal to come from. I can have this do processing on my synths before it goes into the DAW, or I can have it just go in raw into the DAW and record it too. Beautiful. Other thing is again, like 14. So 14, output number 14 goes to the side chain right there. So again, right now I have the JDXA because I have a bass part on it going into the side chain, and I also have the Pro 3, and there, right there, that's all I have to do. Now all of a sudden I'm sending those things there. Now if I get out of the mix, let's see, if you notice I have the JDXA shut off here because I don't want any sound going there. It's all going through that compressor. Or I can go like this and bring it up, and now I'm mixing it. So I'm doing what a lot of people are doing in the software with hardware too. So the hybrid workflow is crazy. A lot has to do with this thing right here. So again, the Mio XL does not need the computer to operate. So if you're running just hardware like Mark Gardner is on one of his setups, that'll work without it. So if I come down here and I want to jam out with all my equipment, I don't need to turn my computer on if I don't want to. So let's go in to this. So we're going to go ahead and...
John, I think I'm going to stop you there. An hour is a massive long time. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to upload this because I want to know this part as well. This is where you get into the hybrid bits and pieces. Excuse me. Which is what I said I enjoyed about another video. That was an epic studio tour, mate. Epic studio tour. Yeah, like I say, I'm gonna move on because I think half an hour is just about enough time. We've got a few more to get through, and I want to do a bit of a thing. I didn't expect us to be going for like nearly 3 hours as it is anyway. I thought the whole show was going to be over in about 2.5. I was wrong. But we're going to move on. You can check out the whole thing when I post it. Probably Wednesday. Anyway, next up. Oh, this.
Good morning, Clown Army. It's not morning where you are. We're probably partying. It's CLOWNFEST. This
Benjamin!
is our studio. It's not a whole lot, but it is what it is.
Okay, so we've gone from John's studio tour, which is the longest one we've had so far ever at How long was it? 52 minutes. To Ben's video, which is a little over 5 minutes. It's not the shortest one we've had ever. That's Paul Hellier at 1 minute and 42 seconds. Anyway, let's see what Ben's got to say. I'm so glad Ben's making music. I really am. And that he has a little studio now. Yeah, it's great. Anyway, check this.
I sure love it. As you can see, we've got this wonderful piece of kit here that I just love. And it already happens to be running a beat. So we'll come on over here to the old Pioneer mixer, and when I say old, I mean this motherfucker is old. So we'll turn up the sound from the keyboard. Yeah, it's rocking and rolling. And then we'll see what's rocking and rolling over here on the koala, because that's also what I use. So let's see what's rocking on that. Might not get any action. There it is. So, that being said, you see kind of what I'm doing here. And, you know, I just get crazy with these things, and I don't really know what I'm doing. So in my 20s, I made music a lot with FL Studios, which was Fruity Loops back then, and Sonar, and some other wonderful things. So this is all, it's not quite new to me. I know what I'm doing, but at the same time, I'm jamming shit in because, you know, with the sequencer, of course, you guys all know all this stuff already. Anyways, this is what I got. So I got this lovely keyboard, and then I've got the Delta. It's hiding underneath here, and then voila, da da da. Drum set up here. It's fun because then, you know, you can do things. You can just get real wild out. You know, you can just bang on them from way up here. It's good times. And then with both these keyboards, it is really nice. This thing is just a fun toy. Let's see here. Everybody get ready. The URL is super fantastic. The URL is super fantastic. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm trying to take up time just to make it 5 minutes. I'm trying to take up time just to make it 5 minutes. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna take up 5 minutes cause I'm the Clown Army Sarge, and y'all know I got some mad skills all coming for you.
Go on, Ben!
Okay.
Go on, Ben!
So now that you've got all that taken care of, really, I don't have a whole lot, but it is fun. And I love you guys a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
You guys all encourage me and inspire me in a way that
You took your
I've
fucking
never been
time to start
encouraged or
making music, you
inspired,
plank.
except for in bed. So thank you all very much. I'm trying to pull out this good old 5 minutes. I also have a guitar, but I don't know how to play the guitar, so I'm learning. And I don't know how to play any of these, really. People ask me all the time, so you know how to play piano? I'm like, yeah. I put my fingers on the keys and I push down. Boom. I played the piano. Do you know how to play the drums? Well, in that case, I actually do. I come from a drumming family. So my father was a drummer. My brother's a drummer. His kids can drum. I just have a natural knack for rhythm and stuff like that. So that helps. But other than that, I played the cornet in middle school. I played the drums in junior high, and then I was in theater in high school. So, but I always fucked around with music heavy. And I love you guys. I hope this one works. This is just the first try, so maybe I'll get it right on the first try. Let me take a look. Love you, Clown Army. Enjoy ClownFest. This shit is rocking.
Ben. It is amazing to see you. Like I said, you've been around since the fucking start. Like, literally. I posted a video, you popped up, we became friends. That was 6 years ago. And it's taken you this long to start fucking writing music. It's ridiculous. And, like, Bentertainment, it's brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. First take, perfectly on. He sent me the video, and I'm like, oh, come on, Ben, you can do better than 5 minutes. And then I looked at it, and I'm like, actually, the video is perfect, mate. The video is absolutely perfect. Ben, you could do with a nice little sequencer, some drum machine-y sequencer thing that would just trigger the keys to play as well. And you're going to be away. I can't wait to see more from you. I hope you've got a track in for tomorrow's show. If not, sort a track out today and get one in for tomorrow's show. In fact, everybody, everywhere, get a track in for the show. Let's see how many we've got. Just 2 minutes. Let me. Tomorrow's show, it will be the 264th. I thought it would be the 265th, but it's 264th show of the URL, which is fucking insane. URL will be going for 6 years in. Oh my lord! In August. Okay, so we've got 70 comments there. We did 30 last time, so that's a good 4-hour show as it is. But please put a track in. Who have we got? Can't tell who that is. Bad Badger, DJ Jones, Rabid Bat, Morgan, Bartholomew. So we've got a Tim Miller, placeholder, cheeky placeholder, Oldie Toffee. So there's a good Sibby twice. So there's a good few tracks in the thread for tomorrow's show. But if you want to put another one in, please fucking do. There we go. It looks like Alan's off. Alan, it was a pleasure to see you this evening. Studio tour day is one of my favorite days. You get to see the people behind, the comments and the banter on Facebook. You actually get to see who they are. Loving the handlebar Tash at the moment. Ben, I forgot your name. Let me just see how many more we have left this evening. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 3 and mine. Okay, we can do that. 3. Oh, it's Jim next. Jim's coming up next. James Glue, who made an absolute fucking awesome debut for CLOWNFEST yesterday, as a lot of artists did. It wasn't one does debut though, which I thought it was. But yeah, yesterday should have been called the debut day. There were so many people yesterday for CLOWNFEST that hadn't played before, and everybody knocked it out of the park. Started off really light, moved on through the day, and just got harder and harder and harder. And for some reason, an 8-hour what was scheduled to be originally an 8-hour stream turned into an 11-hour stream, which was crazy. That girl got her set in literally 5 minutes before we went on air, which was awesome, and true typical CLOWNFEST style. Yeah, James Glue, take it away.
Hello, I'm Jim. I make music as James Glue. Some of you might have caught my set on CLOWNFEST Day 3 yesterday, and yeah, I was asked to do a bit of a quick sort of tour of my studio here, so that will do. You can probably see some acoustic treatment, big ceiling cloud there. I've actually got quite a bit of acoustic treatment in this place, which does help quite a lot, and I'm slightly obsessed with acoustics. But I'll give you a quick tour and show you what I have in here. Okay, so I do run a Mac Mini in here, running Logic. I've also got Studio One as well, which I sometimes use for mixing, but for sort of, I tend to sort of compose more long form stuff on the Mac as opposed to the live stuff that I do. In terms of, got a couple of controller keyboards here. This is like absolute rubbish Nectar thing, but I've got it all sort of mapped to run Softtube's Juno 106 emulation. And I've got 88 note keyboard here that I picked up second hand for about 60 quid or something, which was well worth it. I won't show you over there. Loads of rubbish. Yeah, lots of acoustic treatment, as I said. Got some diffusers at the back there that I've built myself out of offcuts of picture frame that I got free. And yeah, lots of broadband absorbers that I made myself, and I got given some as well, which is kind of nice. Yeah, so Mac Mini running Logic. I've got the console 1 fader and console 1, and that does most of sort of the mixing duties. I've just changed my audio interface out to this Antelope Audio one because I'm sort of stripping it down a bit rather than like loads of multi-channel stuff. And just got a monitor control there, little preamp and compressor thing that I'm actually going to be getting rid of to pay for other stuff. Yeah, I've got the Argon 8X under here that I use as, that's like my main controller keyboard actually, that I use as well as synth. But yeah, that's really nice, built like a tank. Then going over more into sort of my live rig stuff, it's got the Subsequent 37, which some of you may have seen on the last track that I performed yesterday. That is just a beast of a machine. Then this is my main sort of live rig over here, which is all sort of electron based, so Digitact, Octatrack, Digatone, got the Analog 4 and the Analog Heat, and then that all goes into a stereo DI box that's built into the case as well. This is basically sort of two cases that I pack up and then just patch together as and when. Then I've got the SH01A, a couple of effects units, the Korg NTS1, which yeah, it's massively underrated little thing that is, that plays loads of my sort of triangle bass noises and stuff in my live rig. Then I've got the Minilog OG, but that's something I'm going to be moving on as well, just simply because I just don't tend to use it, and yeah, could do with the cash really. Got other bits and bobs, got some guitar pedals under here, so play guitar as well. That was sort of my first instrument really. A couple of circuit bent synths, the Behringer TD3 that again I don't really use. And what else have I got? Got this is something I made, which is basically my version of the Soma Ether. Basically it picks up electromagnetic interference using these coils here. Then you've got these contact points as well, and that's a stereo device as well. That's really cool. You get really good sort of sound design, you get some cool noises with that. Then got my bass there, guitar, which is a GNL, which is like Leo Fender's last company. That's beautiful, that thing. And yeah, lots more acoustic treatment. Even this futon here was bought to be acoustic treatment, and it weighs an absolute ton. And yeah, and that's it. That's pretty much it. So that's my studio, guys. Yeah, monitoring, I've got Genelec 8030s that I've had since God knows about 2006, and a Genelec 7050 sub. And that works pretty well. And yeah, I've got the Sonar Works software, just sort of leveling things out on there. But yeah, that's my studio. Hope you enjoy it. If you want to follow me on YouTube and Instagram and stuff, it's all at James Glue Music. Glue is spelled Glew. And yeah, and I'm there on Facebook as well, same thing. And my website is jamesglue.com. So yeah, come find me, give us a follow, and hope to see you soon, and probably hopefully at the next CLOWNFEST. It was an absolute blast. So cheers for Mark for putting it on, and everyone else who performed. It's an absolutely epic thing, and really happy to be part of it. All right, take care, guys. Cheers. Bye.
Jim, absolute pleasure to have you on board, my man. Sorry it's taken so long to get you on board. I honestly thought you played for Hardware Jams in their day. I honestly thought you'd already been playing at CLOWNFEST. Yeah, and all hats off to you, my man. I asked you to do this yesterday, and you got it over to me today, which is fucking brilliant. Thank you so much for your contribution to today's show. It has been epic so far. Synthetic says that he has a video for me. True CLOWNFEST style that, you know, we're going to get sent on the day. I'm like, we've got 2 tours left. I think he's got about 30 more minutes to get it to me. So hopefully that will come in. And I'm going to do a little run through of bits and pieces that I have here and what I use. So I think we've got 2 more coming up, and then maybe a third if Sync Addict can get it over to me in time. Oh, Sapro! I haven't seen your studio for a while, mate.
Hello, I'm Sapro.
Let's just turn you down.
And welcome to the CLOWNFEST X studio tour. Those of you who watched my last studio tour will know that I've just moved into my new place. I didn't really have anywhere to put my kit, but I showed you some of it anyway. Well, this one's a bit different. I now have a studio. Here it is, my new studio. Double doors, soundproofed. Let's go in. One door, lights. That's my studio.
Okay, here's my studio. I better apologise about the shaky camera work, but yeah, anyway, those are a couple of my paintings. The camera work will get better. That's a seat. I thought I'd show this for Mr. Gardner. Box of cables. I've got 5 boxes of cables. Now I've still got more that aren't in here. Pile on the left. I've got a soprano saxophone. There's an alto down there somewhere. A load of speakers. Big pile of speakers. Some amps. Cables. More speakers. More boxes. Okay, so we move over to this side. This is the DJ side. PtACs, Mr. Gould, I will get those in for service one day. They've been free partied hard. Boring bit of the room. PC. To be honest, I'll just use it as a tape deck. Western speakers. Amps, pile of crap. Mixer. I don't use the mixer anymore. I now use the mixer for basically built into my MPC Live. So if we go down here, that's the rack. There's some modular there. I use that to process my my drums that I play for my mono station. Then above that there's a UMC 1820. That's 8 inputs which go into the MPC Live. There's an ADA 1820, is it? I don't know. That's another 8 channels that go into that, so I've got 16 channels going into the Live. There's my Pro 1, mainly use it as bass. I tend to run it CV from one of my mono stations. Then I can do nice slidey things. There's the mono station that runs it. So I have them usually doing bass, and they're both producing noise, and the mono station is running it. There's Sideshow Bob, my mascot. Next to it, TB3, Acid Machine. It's got some interesting noises apart from the acid noises. It's quite a decent synth in there, but it's all hidden away. You have to use an editor to get to that. And then the MAM MB33. I've got 2, but I'm only using 1 at the moment.
Just going to interrupt you there a minute, Sapro. Ben says, man, I'd be scared in some of your studios that it would touch a knob and it would fuck everything up. No, you can literally turn any knob and it doesn't really matter. You just press preset again and it goes back to it. It's easy as fuck. Anyway, carry on.
Into a distortion pedal and a noise gate. Yep, so that's the acid end of the set. That's up. So, mono station, and next to it there is another mono station. That mono station I use as an analog drum machine. The mono station can do patch flip, so I tend to sequence analog drum sounds which go into my modular. I'll talk more about that later. So that's my analog drum machine. Above it is the scooper. I'll talk more about that later. Okay, above that is a Shruthi XT. I love Shruthis. I did have two, I've just sold one. Get back to that as well, and above that is a old Casio CZ I've had for 30 years, 40 years, 30 years, 35 years. MPC Live, that's the brain of my studio. Those audio inputs that you saw, they all run into that now, which is great because it means I can put things like compression on per channel, my audio inputs. If you're using stereo, you've got 16 channels that can go into that. And then finally, my newest baby, just bought this, OB6, Dave Smith OB6. There it is. Lovely VCO based analog keyboard. I'll talk more about that later as well. And this is for Mr. Clown again. Yeah, I wouldn't add wooden sides to anything, but it came with it, and I wanted that OB6 because the pure tone, it's wonderful. This DSI OB6, I've wanted one of these for, well, an Oberheim for 40 years. Finally got the chance recently. I sold a Roland D50 complete with a programmer, memory card, a Shruthi and an Alesis Airfx, and added some of my own cash. And this is an example of why I love it so much. Okay, the modular. First of all, I'll just play a raw analog beat from my mono station. Okay, modular's not doing anything to that. I've just got the dry signal going in. So, what we have on the left hand side is a Clouds. I have to admit, I haven't had that long. It's a right kettle of fish. It's a granular sampler. In the middle is a Demora. That's a Roland Effects 96 kilohertz sampling rate. And it's even got virtual modular inside it, but I'm literally just using it as a delay. And then on the end, thing with the flashy lights, that is a quasar. Now that can place things in the stereo field. Again, I really need to have a good play with it, but if I just pretty much mute the delay there and turn up the input. Now, the funny noise we're getting, that is from the clouds because it's basically sampling a portion of the drums, but you can hear it's going around the stereo field. If you're on headphones, you'll be able to hear this better. I find it can give some really good.
Yeah, Touch Circle, absolutely. We want to see your studio spaces.
In the jam that we got later.
I like the idea, Professor Dick to beat. Let's bash that out. Touch Circle, no, now you're with the Weird Kids weekly musical beat up. Join us tomorrow for the URL. It was going alright until the synth line came in, Bob. No, top work, mate. Absolutely top work. And Touch Circle, you are more than welcome you're more than welcome in Clown Army. We don't care who you are, how you self-identify, you know, what you got going on. The only thing we care about is that you're not a cunt. That is the only requirement. Don't be a cunt. As long as you can fulfill that requirement, come on in, pull up a chair, sit down, start chatting synths. We love synths. Oh no, I got a dog and a cat. I don't want either. Ah, Skok is in the building. How's it going? Good set last night. Anyone want doggo? Take this doggo away from me. Sapro, I've watched your music get better and better, mate. The equipment you're buying is of quality and standard, of quality. And the synth at the bottom is fucking beautiful. I can't remember what it was now. Was it Pro 3? Is it Pro 3? No, it wasn't Pro 3. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, I gas over that. You've got the Pro 1 as well. The MPC Live 2. Honestly, your sound has gotten so much better. It's not even funny. Does anybody want a cat as well? She'll hate me for this. Anyone want? You can't have the cat. Cat's mine. I'm a cat person. She's not really a people person, though. Yeah, Sapro, great tour, my man. Absolutely beautiful. That's it. OB6. Stop it, you fanny. Just thank you. Look, I'm trying to do a show. Stop it. Yeah, great tour, my man. Lovely to see that you settled into your new studio. And like I say, your sound is getting better and better and better. All right, I think we're up for the last one, and then it's me. Let's see what it is.
So, CLOWNFEST then.
Oh, it's Yenti.
Well, let's talk a bit about my new spaceship. Yeah, the boxes are the same as they were before, kind of in the same position also. The desk is the same. Actually, all my equipment is the same. But look at this. Oh, so lovely. All those plants. Well, with this one, I try some notes sometimes. This one, yeah, sometimes I get something out of it. Sometimes I get rubbish out of it. Usually rubbish, but hey. If I get sometimes good, then I'm happy. Oh shit, there's a plant. Not where it's supposed to be. So these little guys are new. Look. It's a little prawn. Yeah. He's eating up the root. There's also one snail in it. But he's hiding, I guess. Yeah, this is the Behringer Euphoria UMC 404 HD. Sometimes it gives me hickeys, sometimes it gives me nightmares. Yeah, so this is the brain of Ninelands. The TB03 from Roland. A lot of acid inside. And of course, another brain. Yeah, I love this brain. Help me. So, what I do for my CLOWNFEST set is I make all these patterns and play them one by one. And then, like, play. Got like we're at 45. And first it starts in 180, 81 BPM, goes to 131, and then yeah. 171 for BPM, for drum and bass and other stuff. So, yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah, okay. We're messy, but... Ooh. Look at these. Oh. Underwater world. Some eco jar system. And Zulu! Come out and play, Zulu. Where are you? Aha, here he is. Hey, Zulu! Yeah, some other plans. Some else. And here's my lovely other half cooking. Hey, love. Olivia and Ivar, our two babies. Okay, furry babies. And yeah, we got a little big project. We went and got it for free. Can you fucking believe it? Fucking insane. It had some work to do and still does, but we're working on it. Got to protect the dogs from keep going out. Oh, grow your own veggies, fellas. Some cacti, not the psychedelic ones. Too bad. Hey. So, what shall we do next? Want to hear some music? Well, we could do some music. Alright, fuck it. Let's do it. Enjoy.
Okay, so I'm over here now. Audio might change a little bit. That's the best angle I can get on the camera at the moment, though. That's pretty gash. So if we move that forward a bit. See more of the kit. Okay, so can somebody please give me some feedback on the sound? I'm guessing Yenti just wanted another set at CLOWNFEST. Bless him. Okay, so my turn, I guess. Oh, let's turn yourself off. Turn you back on. Yeah. So, I'm Pero the Acid Clang. And this is the new incarnation of the beast. This is Incarnation Prime. Why have I called it Prime? Because I'm fed up of unit numbers. And I think this is all I'm ever going to need. The only thing I should ever need to do is swap some things out. Maybe swap the digital mixers out for an analog one, or swap this synth out for another one. Pudge, you're right in the way, love. Can you move a little bit? Just a little bit. Kitty cat. I've got a studio cat. We all have a studio cat. Okay. So, yeah. The beast has been run by the EMX since day dot. My first piece of kit about nearly 20 odd years ago, and I just like the hands-on feel of it. I don't like the MPC is a new addition, and she's absolutely beautiful, but she doesn't feel quite as hands-on. Like I can't really do that quite as quickly on these, so it helps for thingies. Hold on a sec. Yep. There. Let me just get rid of. Is that one? No, damn it. Do one of these. It's not that one. That one. There we go. That's better. That's better. So yeah, the EMX for me is it's well hands-on. And I've got my kicks split, left and right. One channel's clean. That's what she sounds like, clean. And the other channel is run through an overdrive pedal and a distortion pedal. Actually, I usually have that. That'll do. So that's the two together. That's what it sounds like without it. It just kind of enhances it a little bit. And I've got a side chain going on over it and a little bit of delay. And that's the kick. My voice is coming through the little E4 rolling thing, which has got a scat as well, and loads of other kind of effects. So yeah, there's that. Get back to how. There we go. Are we good? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the EMX provides start, stop, and clock to absolutely everything. Oh, radio mics are really bad. Yeah, the EMX provides start, stop to everything and sends MIDI notes on off to the base station 2. Let's play the base station 2 then, shall we? And again, what I like about the EMX is so you can change her on the fly. And I think she's even... She's not MIDI'd. She should be MIDI'd up. Or maybe she's not MIDI'd up. I haven't MIDI'd her up. And the base station is also going through a torpedo. Should be what she sounds like dry. It's bypassed. So, and then a low boost. Okay. So that's the main heart of my, the main brain of my rig, and she spits MIDI to the bass station 2. And then to get audio out, they all go through the MX1 mixers. This mixer here deals with the drums mostly, and vocals. And this one here deals with all of the synths. So I've got the MPC1 split over here, so that the musical notes come out of that. Musical notes? Bass lines and shit, there we go. And the drums and stuff come out of here. And then the Zox box and blah, blah, blah. We'll get onto those in a minute. Well, yeah, let's do drums next. I've also got, so the way I do it is these are all kick patterns, and then these are all percussion patterns. And the percussion patterns are split to the individual outs, and the individual outs go into the external in of the TR8 from here. So, just turn it on. These noises. See when I mute the TR8, and she also has her own noises in there as well, but we'll get onto that in a second. So just mute the bass station for a minute. So, and then this is what the TR8 sounds like. And then this mixer goes into this mixer and is on channel 3, and then the main out of this one comes into 3 Chaos pads. And the reason they go into 3 Chaos pads is for this reason. So, that's the brain, that's the heart with the mixers, and they all come through the Chaos pads to come out at you. I've got one Chaos pad set to 1/3 of the BPM, so it goes like this. And one set on BPM. And another one set on the BPM. And that's why I love a Chaos pad. So yeah, I got 5 in the rig. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 in the rig at the moment. I'm gonna get onto the other 2 in a minute. Okay, so we've done drums. Oh yeah, the new addition to the party is the Akai MPC1, and honestly, it's a beautiful piece of kit. Let's just hold on. I seem to be standing off camera a bit. Let's do that. There we go. The new addition to the party is the MPC1. Like I say, I've got one line set over here for the drums and one line set over here for the synth lines. There we go. I've got the right words this time. And oh my God, what has she brought to the party? What has she brought to the party? For ages and ages and ages, I've wanted samples, loops and beats in the rig that I can tempo change. Yeah, and to do it on the 555, which is my usual sampler, which I use for long vocals.
Sister 127, go ahead. Sister 127, go ahead. Military radar advises they are picking up intermittent.
But we'll get on to that in a minute. So I used to trigger the samples by hand. I had to fanny about with them in some sort of DAW, make them at the right time, put them in here, and then trigger them from here. And because this is a mono synth, I had to dedicate 2 lines to doing that off of it, and it was just a ball ache. And it was just a pain in the ass. So I bought the MPC around about Christmas time, and oh my God, she's just literally changed the playing field. I swear to God, right? So now what I do is I load loops into her, and yeah, and then sequence them. So that's what the MPC is bringing to the party, honestly. Oh my God. So yeah, now I've got loops in there which I can time adjust in BPM. What's squealing? Yeah. By the way, I also was playing there the Zox box, which sounds. Okay, yep, that's the FX from that. And the other thing that we have coming out of there is a bass line. So, like I say, split it all over, and it sounds like this. I've just noticed that this one is not firing. Excuse me while I turn that one off. That should have had a side chain over it. The error kit is so glitchy, so glitchy. All right, let's turn that back on and see if she wants to play ball this time. No. Why not? Sync. Oh. PC, let's try MIDI. That might have been a me mistake, not a Roland mistake. There we go, that's better. That should have had one of these over it. That's better. 1, 2. Okay, it's also worth mentioning at this point that Stefan Attic is an absolute genius. He spent a few hours on the phone with me trying to sort out my sound. It was all muddy. I'm like, how is the sound out there now? Is it good? I hope so. Because she sounded good here, but like I've done it through this mixer before, and it sounded muddy when it's come out there. So I don't know what it sounds like out there. In the headphones, it sounds great, but you know. So yeah, so Stefan Attic, and he was like, well, you know, you've got too much bass and you've got too much kick, and they're all fighting for space. I'm like, well, how do I get rid of that? He's like, well, you want to put an EQ8 on it. I'm like, I'm not in the box, mate. He's like, but I saw Ableton in your rig. I was like, yeah, that's my other rig. You know, she hasn't changed much, but this one has. So he's like, well, have you got any sort of EQ you can use? And I'm like, well, actually, yeah, I have. So here it is. It's the Ultragraph by Behringer, and what I have is I have the clean kick coming out over here. That's what the Electrobe sounds like. This is what she sounds like with no effects. So that's the original raw noise from the Electrobe. I've spruced it a little bit, and I've sent that directly here. Oh, is that right? No. Now I've sent it through in here, and cut all the low end off of it, and given it a little bit of a peak around about 1K. And then the other line is split out and goes there to the pedals, just to give it a bit more rumble. So yeah, without Stefan Attic and like pointing me at that, and so yeah, that's one channel. So one of the EQs goes in through there. The other EQ is for this one, and it's pushing the mid-range. So the top one is for the drums, just the kick actually, and the bottom one is for the entire of this MX1. So this whole MX1 goes through, and it's all deals with the synths. So that's the MPC1 playing, and the Zox box. Here's the distortion line for the Zox. Becomes a different beast at that point. Sub the bass station 2 back in. Reset the noise. Which brings me on to like the last two little bits and pieces that we've got in this mixer. So yeah, all the drums are dealt with over here. Here are the drums. The only bits and pieces that I've got left in the rig are 303s, and yeah, this one deals mostly with all the 303s and the synths. So my 303s are the Zox box, the TD3MO, the TD3, the Roland TB03, and the TB3, and this is what they all sound like. Just kill those drums. What else is playing? Oh yeah, kill that. Click something coming from somewhere. I wonder if I've got a metronome turned on. Okay, so this is the MO. No, it's not. It's the TD3. It looks a little loud over there. Let me turn down a bit. Don't push it too hard. Okay, and I did the VCFO mod to this one, where you pull it down a bit, so it sounds a little bit more like the Zox box. It's got a really bassy, throaty sound to it, because the TD3 is very chirpy. So yeah, you just turn the VCO down. It's a tiny little screw in the back. Just gives it more bottom end. Honestly, the distorted Zox though, sounds pretty gash on its own, but when you marry the two up. Oh my god, clean line, distorted line. Okay, so that was the TD3. It is quite a chirpy bugger, and now I have a love-hate relationship with this box. I really, really do. So much so that I pulled all the black knobs off of it. This is the MO. No, it's not. That is. Now they're all playing like the same kind of pattern. All these boxes. But this is supposed to be the acid patch on this thing. I mean, that's not bad. Alright. And this is my issue with the MO, alright? That's both of them playing, and that's both of their cut-offs fully down, and both of their resonance fully up. Alright? I'm just going to walk you through going from off to on, or closed to open. Are we ready? Right, okay, now let's just close them both off. We'll open those again. This is my issue with these two boxes, right? So we'll do the TD3 first. Alright, this is closed cut off. Open cut off. Alright. This is the MO. That's closed cut off. The percussive sound that comes out of this thing is lovely, but oh, it comes in harsh. It just gets worse, and then so I tend to sit it around about there. There's an underlie for the TD, and not mess with it too much. Anyhow, we were talking 303s, weren't we? We were talking 303s? I'm sure we were talking 303s. What's making a noise? You're making a noise. Stop making a noise. Okay, so, yeah, the only other pieces of kit in the thing are the TB3 and the TB03 and the TB3. And they are linked together middly. So whatever the silver one plays, the black and green one will play as well. And they sound a little like this. That was the silver one. And that's the green one. And when you put them together, they sound like this. The only other thing worth mentioning, or we're screaming away in the land of distortion somewhere. Yeah, the only other thing worth mentioning is the Boss SL20, is it? Oh, mind that. I just got poked in the bottom. So the aux from this MX1 goes out into this pedal and then into the Chaos pad. Let me just prep the Chaos pad. OE155. So I think the rig's sounding pretty good at the moment, but I can only hear what I hear in the studio. I'm hoping it sounds pretty good out there. Let's do... Oh, you bugger. There we go. Phaser delay. That's the one we want. Right. So yeah, this is to do with this one. I don't really know which one I've put through it yet. If I put any through it at all. Let's turn that down. The base station doesn't want it. Okay, let's put it on. Let's try the TD3. Okay. So send and return. So here is the TD3. No, that's the Xbox, you funny. There we go. Sorry, pulled the cable out of the Chaos pad, so it was coming. The noise was coming out of there. I do apologise about that. So TD3. I'm sorry I can't get to questions. Sorry I can't get to questions. Anyway, TD3. And this is through the pedals. Just get it where it needs to be. That one or that one? have you changed? I might have these wired in the wrong way. Well, that was very anticlimactic, but what that does, and I've got these wired in the wrong way, it should go into the other one first. But anyway, one's got a phaser delay on it, and this is a slicer, and it slices up. You can kind of get the feel for what it was doing there, but it was doing it very, very badly. And that's really it. That's it. Yeah. So the sampler runs through Chaos Pad 2 as well, a little mini one. So, and I get the feeling it's a little bit broken as well at the moment. That pad didn't seem to want to respond at all. Let me just see if that's the case. Delay, phaser delay, hold. Yeah, why are you not firing? Oh, it is. It's just not coming out. What's wrong then? Oh.
What do you think?
There we go. And that's your lot, kiddies. Join me for one more day of CLOWNFEST, the last day tomorrow, the 5th day. I will endeavour to have a look at the chat once I have finished. Oh, hear that distortion squealing away in the background? I can certainly hear that distortion squealing away in the background. Should we turn that off? There he is. Okay, yeah, join me tomorrow. If you know anybody who wants to put a track in the thread, please stick one in the thread. I hope that was okay. I hope that sounded alright. I have absolutely no way of checking. I will have a look at it later and see how it sounds. Right, so yeah, see you tomorrow for episode 264 of the Unsigned Review Live. 264 episodes, amazing, eh? Nearly 6 years. In August it will be 6 years. 6 years, a long fucking time. Thank you all for your wonderful words of kindness in the chat throughout all of CLOWNFEST. You've been fucking amazing. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for a little bit more of this. Have fun, everybody. Catch you soon.
Thank you.